You're watching NASA TV.
Good morning and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Leah Cheshire and we are live today to bring you coverage of US EVA 86. The spacewalkers are about 30 minutes ahead of schedule today. They have completed the pre-breathe portion and are already suited up in the equipment lock portion of the crew airlock. Today is the 261st spacewalk in the history of station assembly and maintenance, and it's scheduled to last approximately 6.5 hours once the spacewalkers switch their spacesuits to battery power. Today's spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and UAE Astronaut Sultan Alneyadi. It's Bowen's 8th spacewalk, and he'll be EV1, wearing red stripes around the legs on his spacesuit. It's also the first ever spacewalk for an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates. Sultan Alneyadi will be EV2 and he will wear an unmarked suit. Woody Hoberg is the suit IV, meaning he's the lead on station for getting the crew properly suited and ready to head out the hatch. Today, Bowen and Alneyadi will address two primary tasks. The duo will exit the station's Quest airlock to prepare for future installation of upgraded solar arrays on the starboard side of the station's truss this summer, which includes routing cables and covering modification kits with MLI or multi-layer insulation. The astronauts will then retrieve S-band antenna equipment and bring it inside the space station before it is eventually returned to Earth for refurbishment and relaunch. The crew on station consists of 3 NASA astronauts, 1 UAE astronaut, and 3 Roscosmos cosmonauts. Steve Bowen, Woody Hoberg, and Frank Rubio of NASA, Sultan Alneyadi of UAE, Andrei Fedeyev, and Dmitry Petelin, and Sergei Prokopyev of Roscosmos make up the 7 crew members currently on board the International Space Station. Today, the astronauts inside the station are still supporting the spacewalk and will have a live video feed of the 2 astronauts working outside. The International Space Station is currently flying 262 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean. It's in an orbital nighttime, traveling 17,500 miles per hour, or 5 miles per second.
In-suit pre-breathe clock resumed at 11:47, and we show 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 36 seconds on that clock.
Houston copies.
Again, we're live in Mission Control Houston at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 2 team is now taking over from the Orbit 1 team, who has been walking the crew through their suit up and their pre-breathing, as well as other spacewalk preparations this morning. Flight director today will be Scott Stover. He's leading all the flight controllers on the ground through today's spacewalk. He is joined by Capcom Costa Mavridis. Costa is on hand to speak with the station astronauts, and he'll hand over communications to Ground IV and McLean once the Quest hatch is closed and depressurization is underway. Mavridis will also serve as today's Capcom for the other astronauts aboard the space station. As previously mentioned, NASA astronaut Anne McLean will be talking directly to the 2 spacewalkers as they move throughout their tasks today, giving them step-by-step instruction coming from here in the room. And the lead spacewalk officer today is Sandy Fletcher. She oversees the team monitoring the suit information and walking through procedures, as well as feeding information to Mission Control Houston team members. Right now, the crew members are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. This is where they have been this morning as they donned their suits, continued their pre-breathing exercises, and they will eventually attach the SAFER, or the aid for EVA rescue, in the equipment lock. Eventually they'll move to the crew lock, which is behind Woody Hoberg at this time. That's the outermost part of the Quest airlock, where they will conduct final communications and suit system checks with the ground. They will eventually change their suits to internal battery power, which starts our timer for today's spacewalk. Up until now, the spacewalkers were conducting the in-suit light exercise protocol, also known as ISLE. This helps acclimate their bodies to lower pressure inside the suit and helps astronauts avoid what we call the bends by purging the nitrogen in their blood slowly. And again, another look at our spacewalkers today. Steve Bowen will be conducting his 8th spacewalk. He'll be EV1 wearing red stripes. So far, he's conducted 7 spacewalks, totaling 47 hours and 18 minutes. A little bit of added excitement today, as Sultan Alneyadi will be making the first ever spacewalk for the United Arab Emirates. Overall, it's the 261st spacewalk in support of station assembly maintenance and upgrades, and our 4th for this year. We have 2 more spacewalks coming up soon. Russian spacewalk 65 and 66 coming up in May. Again, this look inside Mission Control Houston, as we are in a satellite handover with the International Space Station. Teams here are also conducting their handover as Orbit 1 hands over to Orbit 2 this morning, preparing them for today's spacewalk. And this view inside the airlock, as Woody Hoberg on the bottom left of the screen and Frank Rubio up at the top of the screen prepare to attach the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, to NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. Again, this is sort of like a jetpack that is worn as a backpack. The astronauts use 2 tethers at all times, so they do not become detached from the International Space Station, but this is another backup option for them in case they were to drift from the International Space Station. As our astronauts continue to prepare for today's spacewalk, a little bit of information about the suits and the pre-breathe process so far. At nominal pressure, the suit is about 4.3 psi, or pounds per square inch of pressure. And to put that into context, the atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth is about 14.7 psi, which is approximately the same as the inside of the space station, with a mixed oxygen and nitrogen environment similar to what we have here on Earth. The 4.3 pounds per square inch of pressure in the spacesuit is similar to what you'd experience at about 30,000 feet elevation, and that low pressure helps the spacesuit feel a little more flexible, which we really need because the gloves can be kind of rigid, especially during a 6.5-hour spacewalk, so it helps the astronauts flex their hands in those gloves. We discussed the pre-breathe process earlier. That includes about 50 minutes of cycles where we spend 4 minutes exercising and 1 minute resting. That exercise looks pretty simple. It looks like moving your arms and legs just a little bit, but this helps purge nitrogen from their bloodstream to help maintain a 100% oxygen environment. Pre-breathing consists of 2 phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging that nitrogen. And in the second, the crew gets into their spacesuits and conducts IL, the in-suit light exercise, again moving their arms and legs, raising their metabolic rate, and helps speed up getting rid of the excess nitrogen. Closest to the camera right now and unsuited is NASA astronaut Frank Rubio. He will spend 371 days on the International Space Station before returning home this year, setting a new spaceflight record for any U.S. astronaut. As NASA astronaut Frank Rubio puts the finishing touches on attaching the safer to NASA Steve Bowen, our EV-1, Woody Hoberg is going to begin working on Sultan Alneyadi. Teams at Mission Control Houston continue preparing the space station itself for today's spacewalk. That includes inhibiting some of the thrusters on the outside of the International Space Station so there isn't any interference. Additionally, it can include closing some of the shutters over the windows. And eventually, the crew members may be asked to not exercise at certain parts during today's spacewalk. Specifically, that no exercise request comes whenever the SSRMS, or the Canadarm2, as it is more commonly known, is in use. This just helps ensure there are no additional loads being imparted on the Canadarm2, especially when we're moving a crew member from one place to another. NASA's Woody Hoberg will be driving the Canadarm2 today from inside the International Space Station after he has helped get the crew members out the door. As you can see, they've moved NASA's Steve Bowen into the crew lock portion of the airlock. And as Sultan Alneyadi begins preparation for his first ever spacewalk and the first spacewalk for any UAE astronaut, joining us in Mission Control Houston today, watching from the viewing room, is Hazza Al-Mansouri. He was the first United Arab Emirates astronaut to visit the International Space Station. So a very proud day for our friends in UAE. As Woody Hoberg, our suit IV, and Frank Rubio work to attach the safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue to Sultan Alneyadi's spacesuit. We're getting closer to the start of today's spacewalk. Again, you can see that there are no stripes on the spacesuit that Sultan is wearing. This is an EV2 suit. You'll be able to differentiate between him and Steve Bowen once they're outside the hatch by checking out their where there are no stripes on this suit, and there's a red stripe on Steve Bowen's suit. Later in the day, Bowen will be on the SSRMS, the Canadarm2. Looks like Frank Rubio will be our prime operator for the Canadarm2, backed up by Hoberg. As Rubio and Hoberg continue working to attach the safer to Sultan Alneyadi's spacesuit, they are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. You can't see him, but Steve Bowen is already in the crew lock portion. Once this Attachment of Safer is complete. Hoberg and Rubio will move Alneyadi into the crew lock portion of the airlock. They'll then close the hatch and begin depressurization of that airlock, eventually preparing for the external hatch to be opened and our spacewalkers to head outside. Some fun information about the spacesuits as we prepare for these crew members to get out of the hatch this morning. These suits are obviously fitted on the ground for the crew, but they also refit their suits in space to account for any spinal elongation or fluid shifting that has occurred since they arrived at the International Space Station. The suit has 6 layers. It provides atmospheric containment, thermal insulation, cooling, solar radiation protection, and micrometeoroid or orbital debris protection. Engineers on the ground take about 80 measurements to ensure each spacewalker has the best fitting spacesuit, which includes about 16 major elements that compose the suit itself. This includes 3 different sizes of torsos, 8 sizes of elbow joint pieces, 2 sizes of adjustable waists, 5 sizes of knee joint pieces, and 65 sizes of gloves or custom fitted gloves. Now that the Safer is properly attached to Sultan Alneyadi's spacesuit, Hoberg and Rubio are working to move him into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once our 2 spacewalkers are situated, Rubio will exit that portion of the airlock and rejoin Hoberg in the equipment lock section. They'll then close the hatch and begin depressurization of the crew lock area. Because the International Space Station is just that, international, the time zone GMT is used, so it's at 12:17 p.m. on the space station. These crew members are essentially in the middle of their day. Again, we're looking for about a 6.5-hour spacewalk. That spacewalk clock will begin when their suits are turned on to battery power. A smile from NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, today's suit IV. He's been helping the astronauts get suited up, along with Frank Rubio. They're closest to the screen. They're both in the equipment portion of the Quest airlock. Now both crew members are in the crew lock portion, and the next steps will be to close the hatch between the two and prepare for depressurization. both Rubio and Hoberg looking ready to go, as do the two astronauts in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
Houston airlock on 1, complete through step 76.
Good morning, Woody, and we copy step 76. We will put step 78 and 79 in work from the ground.
Morning, Costa, sounds great.
The voices you hear right now, obviously Woody Hoberg using that tablet to step through the next steps ahead of today's spacewalk. He's speaking on the ground with Costa Mavridis, who is the Capcom. Once the astronauts switch their suits to battery power and get outside the hatch, they will hand over communications to NASA astronaut Anne McLean here in the room. She's known as the ground IV and will be relaying steps to the astronauts from here at Mission Control Houston. Mavridis will remain on console to work with the astronauts that are on board the station, but not outside on the spacewalk.
The hatch is closed. It's closed? Okay. Let me see how far back I can get. Okay, see my safety tether tag. Our tether is connected to the gearing extender. It's locked. Get locked back and back. Okay. And I see gearing extender on my right is also. Oh, I got it back. Two hooks, they're all locked. And back to back. So make sure you have my hand hook and it's locked.
And Steve and Sultan, good morning. Letting you know you are hot mic on Spacewalk UAE.
Morning, Costa. Have your coffee.
Good morning, and Woody, back to you for steps 81 and 79.
Back, Costa. Thanks a lot. Yeah, so I've got my waist tether, gate close slide lock. See my big hook, gate close slide lock. Your green wheel, gate close slide lock. Green wheel is unlocked. The yellow hook
Guys, we'll do the tuning thing in just a minute. I'm going to have Sultan check that the depress pump power is off, OFF.
Okay, depress pump is off.
And depress pump enable LED?
Enable LED is on.
Copy that.
And of course, you're hearing some new voices added to the mix now. That it is of Steve Bowen and Sultan Alneyadi preparing for depress.
And Costa, we're in step 84, awaiting your go.
And Woody, we are go for depress. You have a go in step 84.
Do that. All right, Sultan on the UIA. Switch depress pump power to on, OM.
Okay, depress pump is coming to on. Switch on.
Sultan, take the depress pump and ISO valves open. You guys can expect an alert zone.
Right, copy. Depress ventilation valve open.
Okay, and as the crew lock depresses, you'll monitor your suit pressure gauge and make sure it remains less than 5.5.
All right, copy. Everyone go.
We are in a handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems that we use to communicate with the International Space Station. Teams have given a go for depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, where our two spacewalkers, NASA's Steve Bowen and Sultan Alneyadi of the United Arab Emirates, are inside and preparing for their spacewalk. We started with pressure in the airlock at about 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch. It continues to drop, now at about 11.6 pounds per square inch. Depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock continues, now looking at about 9.6 pounds per square inch of pressure. They'll have a built-in hold shortly where they wait to check out and make sure that the readings are accurate coming from inside the Quest airlock and that temperature fluctuation isn't causing the pressure readings to change. Pressure in the crew lock continues to drop as planned, now at 8.25 pounds per square inch. Now under 6.5 pounds per square inch of pressure in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. That depressurization continuing to be monitored by NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg, the ground IV in the picture now, as well as team members here in Mission Control Houston.
Okay, Sultan, on my mark, you'll be taking the depress pump man ISO valve to close.
Copy and ready.
Mark, depress pump man ISO valve closed, expect an alert tone.
Man ISO valve closed.
Okay, next up, we are going to perform a leak check. You'll use your display switch to scroll until leak check question mark is displayed. Hold yes 2 seconds and follow displayed instructions.
Copy.
As expected, pressure inside the airlock now paused at 5 psi while the crew conducts leak checks. Depressurization will resume shortly once these leak checks are complete, ensuring everything looks good with the airlock.
EV2, leak check complete. E1 leak check complete, getting to EVA. Looking for EVA.
Okay, check O2 actuators, both EVA.
Not yet. Good look.
Confirmation coming from both astronauts that their suits have good leak
And
checks.
Sultan, I think you might have said it, but O2 actuator EVA.
That's affirmative. EVA on EV2. And EV1 is in EVA.
For that, Sultan, you'll take the depress pump and ISO valve to open.
Hold on. Okay, we're standing by. I'm still not quite in EVA. Hold on. Okay, O2 position EVA, EV1.
All right, thanks, Steve. Sultan, you can now take the depress pump and ISO valve to open, and you guys should expect an alert tone.
Copy. Open.
And Steve, you'll take the EV hatch MPEV to open.
EV hatch MPEV coming to open. Open.
Copy, open.
Depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock has resumed. And we are handing over satellite communications with the International Space Station. We expect to regain that communications very shortly. Things continue to move smoothly this morning as we prepare for our astronauts to exit the hatch and conduct an approximately 6.5-hour spacewalk.
And Station Houston for Steve, we heard you working on the EV hatch MPEV. Can you let us know when it's complete?
It's complete.
Okay, copy that. And Woody, can you verify the EMER MPEV is also open?
Confirm, Costa, the EMER MPEV is open. Step 9 complete.
Okay, we copy both. Thank you, guys.
Voice on the ground currently communicating with the astronauts is Costa Mavridis. They are in the center of your screen. Over to the bottom of the screen and his left is Scott Stover, today's flight director. The pressure in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock is now under 3 psi. Meanwhile, the pressure inside the spacesuits is about 4.3 psi. And this view of Sandy Fletcher, today's lead spacewalk officer, working through the tasks and relaying them to teams on the ground. As depressurization continues in the crew lock, we are now under 2 psi. The International Space Station, flying 266 statute miles over the Indian Ocean, will be coming up over the south coast of Australia shortly.
Hey, Woody, I'm reading airlock pressure 1.1.
Okay, Sultan, copy that. We're just lagging a little behind on the PCS. I'll give you a go for step 10 in just a moment.
Let's copy, standing by.
Sultan, I'm guessing we're 30 seconds to a minute out from that action.
Copy.
Okay, Sultan, take the depress pump man ISO valve to closed.
Copy. ISO valve closed.
Copy that. Sultan, on the UAA, switch depress pump power off, OFF.
The press pump is off.
All right, and with that, you guys can report your initial tether config to Ann for egress.
Okay, let's start with my left side. On my left side, I have my left wave tether to my mini workstation, then to the D-ring extender, gate closed, slider locked. I have my tether pack, red hook, gate closed, slider locked, and the red reel is unlocked. Yellow hook is gate closed, slider locked. The green reel is in my mini workstation. On my right-hand side, I have my light wave tether, gate closed, slider locked, the Sultan blank hook. Like I see that, Steve, my anchor hook is connected to your waist tether, and anchor hook is gate closed, locked, black on black. My green reel is unlocked, and the green hook from the green reel is connected to my red reel. That hook is gate closed, locked, black on black. Red reel is unlocked, and from the red reel I have my my yellow hook is connected to the green reel, and it's gate closed, locked, black on black. And the red hook from the red reel is connected to my right gearing extender, and that hook is gate closed, locked, black on black. The same gearing extender on the right. I have my base tether, small hook is gate closed, locked, black on black. Large hook is connected to the internal gearing extender. It's gate closed, locked, black on black. My left side I have a gearing extender, and I have my second waist tether, and small hook is gate closed, locked, black on black. Large hook is connected to my main workstation.
And Stephen Sultan, that's a good load path, good config.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and UAE astronaut Sultan Alneyadi reporting their configuration of tethers, their mini workstation, and other equipment before they begin opening the hatch.
Okay, and Stephen Sultan, just a reminder, once the DPT gets near 0, you can expect an alert tone.
Okay, copy that. Alright, so trying to see if we get my body down here a little bit further. Take it to the handle at some point. I'll be port and forward. Alright. Sort of hung up on something.
Now less than 0.9 psi in the crew lock. Aside from the spacewalk preparations that we're watching right now on the International Space Station, Andrei Fedyaev and Dmitry Petelin, as well as Frank Rubio, are currently in the exercise portions of their day. Astronauts on the International Space Station need to exercise for about 2 hours a day to maintain muscle mass and proper bone health while in microgravity. That exercise will be limited and actually restricted while the Canadarm2 is in use today. Steve Bowen will be on the end of the Canadarm for part of the spacewalk. That'll be controlled by NASA's Frank Rubio, as well as monitored by Woody Hoberg, our ground IV, who's in the center of your screen and who worked this morning to suit up the 2 astronauts now in the crew lock portion of the airlock.
Station Houston, an update. We are at about 30 minutes of depress time. Looking at our predictions, we are expecting to need the entire 45 minutes before we take action. So you could expect another 15 minutes of depress before we take action.
81 copy. 82 copy.
Depressurization of the crew lock continues, now 0.69 psi. Anticipating about 15 more minutes of this depressurization. It's a busy time aboard the International Space Station, as always these days. In addition to this spacewalk, there are two Roscosmos spacewalks coming up in May. We recently saw the departure of Northrop Grumman's 18th commercial resupply mission to the International Space Station on April 21st. And just before that, SpaceX's 27th commercial resupply mission departed on April 15th. We expect to see another SpaceX resupply mission, the 28th, this summer, which will bring up two new International Space Station rollout solar arrays. We refer to those as iROSAs. Part of today's tasks are preparing the space station for installation of those iROSAs on a future spacewalk. Depressurization continues in the crew lock, bringing the airlock itself down to a vacuum to match that of space. This is about a 45-minute process. We have about 10 minutes left. Now at about 0.5 psi in the crew lock. Again, this is down from 14.7 psi where we started today and what the rest of the space station is at, as well as what's very similar to what we experience here on Earth.
All right, Stephen Sultan, I'm showing crew lock pressure less than 26 millimeters. Steve, can you verify the EV hatch gauge shows less than 0.6?
The hatch gauge shows less than 0.6, looks like about 0.4.
All right, with that, Steve, you have a go to open and stow the EV hatch. And a reminder, once you get it off the seals, you'll want to get the hatch MPEV to closed.
All right, I am opening the hatch, and I will get the MPEV to close. Work.
Good reports here in Mission Control Houston, as well as from the crew aboard the International Space Station. The hatch is now open and the crew lock itself is at a vacuum. Again, we will start our timer for today's spacewalk once the spacesuits themselves are on battery power.
And the hatch is open. The MPEV is closed. It is closed. Hatch is latched.
Okay, Steve, copy that. I can verify that the emergency MPEV is closed. Gentlemen, it's time for me to hand you over to Anne. It was a real honor suiting you up this morning. Sultan, you're making history today. Congratulations. We're so excited for you. Hope you both have a great EVA, and we'll see you in just a few hours.
Fantastic job, Woody. Thank you very, very much. Thanks for all the help, Woody. Thank you.
And now that Woody Hoberg's job as suit IV is complete.
Sultan, how do you hear?
And I have you loud and clear. And I got you loud and clear.
Fantastic. So with that, we can start our post-depress. On both DCMs, you're going to stagger your switch throws, and you can switch power to battery.
EV1, power going to battery. EV1. Okay, EV2 going to battery. I've got blank, no bite. Good startup.
And we copy.
EV2 the same.
Okay, we copy both power to bat, and you can switch your display to Pro to verify function display.
And EV1 display is functional. EV2, functional display.
Sultan, on the UIA, you can switch power, EV1 and 2 to off, OFF, and check that all 4 LEDs are off.
Right, copy and work. V1, power off, LEDs off. V2, power off, LEDs off.
Okay, copy. For both of you, you can now disconnect your SCU from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow your SCU in the pouch.
Rapid work, EV1, work.
In the center of your screen is NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She's going to be the primary communicator with the astronauts while they are on today's spacewalk.
Okay, cover in place, SCU is in the pouch. Then cover installed for the pouch.
Okay, we copy that you both have the DCM covers.
Pouch, right. Affirmative, and I'm just looking for the pouch. It's right here, I'm going to give it to you. Here it is. Let's make sure it's on the right side of there. So you see it, Sultan? Make sure it goes on the correct side of your... I got it, thanks. You're good. Okay, DCM, correction. SCU is in the pouch now.
Copy. Both SCUs are in the pouches. At this time, you can check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
That's affirmative. ISO valve closed.
Copy. For both crew on your DCMs, you can take your temperature control valve to max hot.
Control valve coming to max hot, EV1. Control valve, max hot, EV1.
Copy.
EV2, max hot.
Copy. You may now both switch water to on, ON.
EV1, water on. Water's on, EV1. EV2, water is on.
Copy both. Now on your DCMs, check blank bite off.
Blank bite off, EV1. EV2, blank bite off.
Copy. You can now set your temperature control valve as desired and let us know what that setting is. And just a reminder throughout the EVA today to please report your changes and try not to do any changes that are larger than 2.
EV1 copies and reposition. Okay, EV2 TV setting is 5. EV1, the initial setting is 4 when I get there. KV1's initial setting is 4.
Okay, we copy 5 and 4. Thank you. Can you please report your suit P gauge?
EV1 4.3 and 4.3 for EV2.
Copy 4.3, and you can set your visors as required. We're about 5 minutes from a sunrise.
And I agree, it is dark outside. EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
Okay, and with that, we can verify that your suit parameters look good. So that'll take us, and we'll take care of the last step on the post-depress. So with that, we'll step into the procedures. So when we're ready, Steve, you are go to open the thermal cover.
Opening the thermal cover.
And Steve, reminder to release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring and attach the hook to the stowage tether point and cinch the strap until snug.
And that's in work.
As we get a live view from outside the Quest airlock, we have confirmation that the spacewalk itself began at 8:11 a.m. Central Time today as the astronauts turn their suits to battery power.
And making snug. All right, and that's complete. Thermal hatch is open.
Copy. You are now go to egress the airlock.
Keep on egress in the airlock. Busted.
And Sultan, as he egresses, your next step is going to be to transfer the crew lock bags out if you want to get eyes on crew lock bag on 2 or 3.
Okay, I was expecting the IDA bag. No, IDA is 3rd. All right, copy.
Yes, you can pass those bags in any order.
Okay. All right, copy. And by Sultan, I want to make sure I'm in a good orientation here and get my...
And Steve, as you get set, please also turn on your HECA.
All right, let me get myself in a good config here. My waist tether.
First out of the hatch this morning is NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He is EV1. You can differentiate between he and Sultan Alneyadi by the red stripe that is on Bowen's spacesuit.
And HECA. And I got a good green light for HECA. Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for a bag. Okay, I'm sending bag number 3 first. Bag number 3.
And I know you're tracking, but crew lock bags 2 and 3 are going to be stowed on the airlock zenith of the starboard airlock toolbox on 556.
556. Copy.
The crew members start their day with Sultan Alneyadi passing out some of the bags that will be used to Steve Bowen. He will then stow those on a handrail for use later.
Airlock that. Got it. It's coming back. Got it. Okay, here it goes. All right, I'm going to put that up on the viewing extender. Thank you.
As you can see, the color is changing outside of the International Space Station. We will be entering an orbital sunrise, orbital daylight, very soon. The lights on the helmet camera of Steve Bowen down in the bottom left of your frame are currently on. The International Space Station sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, so these spacewalkers will work in alternating light and darkness throughout their time today.
All right, crew lock back 3, 556, on the red. My red.
And we copy Steve, crew lock bag 3 on 556. And Sultan, just a reminder, the large small rets from these crew lock bags are going to get stowed on the airlock D-ring extender.
Yeah, coffee, and the first bag, number 3, small red, is already on the D-ring extender.
Copy.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for bag number 2. Wait, ready. All right, I see bag number 2.
These bags that Alneyadi is transferring to Bowen are stored on the same handrail. They'll be used later. They contain tools for different tasks.
Releasing the airlock. And I'm ready for it. Here it comes. Thanks. Bag number 2, heading up. Small red is viewing.
And that crew lock bag also goes to 556. And that large small ret Sultan also goes to airlock D-ring extender. And the next item to pass out will be the GoPro.
Beyond I have it. All right. Bag number 2 is attached to 556 with the integral tether. The bag 3 is on with a ret. Bag 2 is on with the integral tether.
Okay, we copy both crew locks on 556. Nicely done. And the next thing is to retrieve and install the GoPro.
Thanks. That's ready for your seat. Yep. All right, that is wrapped around the handle now. I'm going to take that off first. GoPro is right. And I have that ready to my mini workstation. You can release the other end, Sultan. Okay, and work. When you're ready. All right. Then let the hook go. Thank you. All right. Give me a minute to set that up.
Another short handover with the tracking data and relay satellite systems that help us communicate with the International Space Station. The crew members continue to prepare the crew lock bags that they will use later on in the spacewalk.
I've got the small hook on 550.
We copy small hook on 550. And Sultan, while you wait for him to come back to the IDA bag, we'd like you to check your safer handles and ensure that they are both full down.
Copy. Okay, I got the big hook on 546.
And Steve, was that 546?
546 on the lower. All right, I've got it facing the correct way. So head back to the airlock.
Okay, we copy.
Handles down.
Okay, copy Sultan. And Steve, we'd like you to do the same thing with your safer handles and just give them a tap and make sure they're both full down.
All right, give me 1 second to stop.
And Sultan, the next bag will be the IDA bag, and this large small ret will also go to the airlock D-ring extender.
Yeah. All right, checking my papers. Right handle is down. Okay, left handle is down.
And we copy Steve, so you can get the IDA bag from Sultan and stow it on your BRT.
Okay. Okay, Sultan, pass it out this way. Almost there. A little bit further. Thank you.
Try to press the handle.
I missed the handle. I got this. All right. Okay, hold on.
NASA's Anne McClain, our ground IV today. She lived aboard the International Space Station during expeditions 58 and 59 and was a lead spacewalker on 2 spacewalks herself.
Yeah, hold on. I want to get it, make sure it's on there.
Take your time.
I'm trying to tuck the wire ties in. All right, that might be your key. Your key right is attached. Lock rat. Coming back to you. Ready?
Yep.
There it is. Okay, let me get this stuck down where I want it. And those wire ties don't do the same where I want them to, but it's okay.
And Sultan, the next bag will be crew lock bag 1, and you can pass that out to Steve, or you can egress with it, your choice. Reminder to keep the large small ret on crew lock bag 1.
Right, copy that. I'm going to pass it to Steve and then reach the hook when he has a ret on it.
Copy. And Steve, as you wait for that, can you check the strap on the thermal cover, the one that you cinched, and to make sure that there are 6 lines visible?
Hold on. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6 lines visible.
Copy. Thanks for the check.
All right. Well, I'm unfamiliar. Zach is up, and I'm unfamiliar with what that shows exactly for height above eye. So, give me an idea at some point. Appreciate that. If it's well above my head.
Copy. Will do.
Thank you. All right, Sultan, I'm ready for your bag.
On your way.
All right. Not quite. They wrap your bag. They release the lock rat. Hold on. Here it comes.
No, Steve, actually, this stays with the...
That's right.
Yeah.
Here, bring it back
I'm
on.
going to pass it back.
Thank you. Actually, you can just hook it back up. I'm template right here. Give you a reminder.
No problem.
Can you release your end now and now hold on to it?
You have a right on it?
I got a hand on it, I got a right on it. So you release the brake hook and then I'll put it on.
All right, and work.
Yeah, good words on that large small ret. And just another note on this bag, Sultan, if you're going to want to use your BRT during translation adaptation, then you can go ahead and temp stow crew lock bag 1 on that airlock handrail. If you're not going to use your BRT, then once you egress, we'll get it on your BRT.
So I think that's on my BRT, do the adaptation with a way better the handrail.
You can just hook it to the handrail right now. And then you can grab it on the way out.
You can do that, yeah.
Okay. All right, I have the crew lock bag by the big hook on the airlock handrail to release my ret. And I will clear the hatch for you.
Thank you, Steve. And I'm ready to egress.
Sultan, you are go to egress.
Look at the view from my seat before.
The astronauts have been working through preparation of their tool bags, as well as ensuring their tethers are in the proper configuration. Now preparing for UAE Astronaut Sultan Alneyadi to egress the hatch.
See him coming out?
Yep.
Before that, actually, I need to reroute the SCU. It's coming in between my safety tether.
Okay. Keep down. Make sure it's right.
So, my safety tether out. Coming out.
Sultan, once you get out and set, your next step is to receive crew lock bag 1 and stow it if you want to do that right now. Otherwise, you can leave it temp stowed for translation adaptation.
It's right here. I can go receive it.
At 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, UAE astronaut Sultan Alneyadi has egressed the hatch, the first ever spacewalk for an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates. Another good look at both of our spacewalkers here. On the right, you see NASA's Steve Bowen with red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit. That'll help you tell the difference from him and Sultan Alneyadi, who's on the left side in an unmarked suit.
And Steve, while he is working crew lock bag 1, just want to let you know that we noticed that the wire tie caddy is not staying tucked to the IDA bag. Just wanted to put your awareness on it in case you want to tuck it in somewhere or add another ret.
Yeah, let me try and fix that again. I thought I had tucked it in, but I pulled it out. It's a better place to tuck it. Yeah, you look back, still to my BRT.
Okay, copy, Sultan. You can now turn on your HECA.
That should be better. See green LED HECA.
Okay, we copy your HECAs on, and just a quick note to congratulate the UAE for having their flag on an EMU outside the International Space Station for the first time. And gentlemen, you can get it set up for your buddy checks.
So much. All right. Okay, so I see 2 green lights. I see 2 latches up. The 3 latches up, 1 is taped. Yep, that's a BRT. And I see your right, each other, fender. That one goes back to the electric. The gate closed slider lock on the small hook. On your red hook, the gate closed slider lock. See the red reel, which is unlocked, and the yellow hook, which is blocked. Gate closed slider lock on the green reel, which is unlocked. To my right wave feather, which is gate closed slider locked on me. So I see us at a good config. That's the safer handles. Check your safer handles again. To your left safer handle down. To your right safer handle down. My hand is right.
Good check on Sultan.
Yours. See. It'll be HECA. WSE. Tabs up on BRT and mid workstation. Right safer handle is down. Your safer handle is down as well. Right, have your other gas closed, locked black on black. It is connected to my anchor hook, both hooks. The gate closed, black, locked black on black.
Right.
All right, my half is dry.
Good. That's, see back, I see it, close left, up, black on black. Okay.
I'll check those when I drop them.
Okay, cool. I think you're in a good comfort.
Thank you.
If your half is dry.
My half is dry.
All right, nicely done.
My gloves are nominal.
Steve, your next step is going to be to translate out to the anchor hook location, up the Cedar Spur and out phase 1, and you're looking for mile marker 5760. Sultan, you're going to hang out right there. Once Steve is clear, you can tend the thermal cover hatch closed as much as you can. Obviously won't go all the way, and you can perform translation adaptation as needed.
Right, copy that.
All right, heading out to mile marker 5760.
Steve, a reminder as you go along phase 1, we have those tusk cables out, so just avoid inadvertent contact on the zenith and nadir cedar rails.
Understand, avoid the test cables. I'll be looking for them.
The astronauts have completed their buddy checks. Along the way, we heard a handful of acronyms that we'll continue to hear throughout the spacewalk. One of those is the HECA. That's the high-def EMU camera assembly, as well as the WVS, the wireless video system. Those will help us get views from the helmet cameras on the astronauts. Additionally, we heard the MWS, that's the mini workstation that's attached to the astronauts themselves, as well as the BRT, the body restraint tether.
The top of the CETA, and then use the CETA cards.
And we copy, Steve. We see you out there. Just for your awareness, we have all the external cameras. We do not have your helmet cams yet. We're working that issue.
Oh, okay.
Right now, Steve Bowen has moved to the CETA cart. That's the crew equipment translation aid. Meanwhile, on screen here is Sultan Alneyadi. He's working to close the thermal cover. The main hatch on the Quest airlock will remain open in case the astronauts needed to ingress quickly at any time. As this is his first spacewalk, he also has a little bit of extra time to get used to maneuvering outside in the vacuum of space.
And Steve, we see you getting toward 5760, and you're going to be placing the anchors just nadir of 5760. The first handrail you're going to be looking for is 3011, and that's the one that is straight up and down.
Okay, 5760, I'm at that mile marker. All right, 3011. That's what I'm looking for, correct?
Affirmative. On 3011, you're going to drop your anchor hook, EV1 anchor hook, ensuring the gate closed and hook locked.
Stand by. Okay, EV1 anchor hook. 3011. It is closed. Black on black. It's locked. It's green wheel is unlocked.
Okay, good word, Steve. You're now going to go just inboard to the diagonal handrail 3217, and you're going to put Sultan's EV2 anchor on handrail 3217.
Okay, handrail 3217, B1 anchor hook, and 82 anchor hook. All right, I have EV2's anchor hook, 8 closed final locks on 3217, and see you turning back to the airlock.
Okay, we concur you guys are in a good safety tether config, so with that, you can get Sultan a go to release his weight tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Sultan, you have a go to release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy that, releasing my waist tether from the D-ring extender.
Steve, you can continue outboard toward S6. Reminder to give us a gauntlet call prior to crossing the Sarge, and your next step is going to be to drop your green hook at out on S5, and reminder that at the Sarge you're going to translate zenith. Sultan, once you have your waist tether... Sultan, once you have your waist tether off, you can close the thermal cover.
Copy that. Okay, thermal cover closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. You can now head to ESP2 for bag stow. And reminder, you're going to translate. You can either translate on the wagon wheel of the airlock across to ESP2, or you can go direct from the toolboxes over to ESP2 to the starboard side.
All right, copy that. All right, my gauntlets are down. I am at the Sarge.
Okay, copy, Steve. And reminder, because of the angles everything's parked in, you're going to need to go zenith prior to crossing. And when you cross, you're going to have the non-radiator side of the IEA out your left side.
All right, my left side non-radiator. I see where I am.
And Steve, as a check, once you cross the struts, you're going to, the first whiff, you're going to see our whiff 2 and 6 and handrail 2203, and then you know you're on the right path.
At 2 and 6, I'm on the right path, and that's a great cue. Thank you.
Sure thing. You can just head straight out starboard now. You're going to be going all the way along that edge until you get to the S6 handrail 2003, which is going to be the first one on the S6 long spacer.
2003, first one S6, and that's where I dropped my green hook, I think, right?
Good words.
This view coming from the helmet camera of Sultan Alneyadi. The International Space Station currently flying.
ESP2, you're going to be going to the starboard side, just forward of that trunnion pin. The good news out there is that there's no NBL structure to get in your way, so you should make that corner nice and easy. And you're going to be looking for handrail 8007.
For that 8007, and I did notice that NBL structure here. Thanks.
All right, I'm at 2003, stopping to drop my green hook.
Copy. Green hook to 2003, and just note the barber pole on the one side.
And I see it.
The space station currently flying 258 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, which we are getting glimpses of in the background of Sultan Alneyadi's camera.
It just continues straight outbound on that same path to S6 handrail 2009. That'll be with the IEA off to your right side. And a reminder, your left hand as you get out there is going to cross handrail 2008, and that is the one that has wire ties and MLI secured to it that we want to try to minimize loads into.
Understand, 2008 minimize loads. Okay, green hook. On 2003. It is gate closed fire lock. Not that that matters on that hook, but it is. Alright, put this key down a little bit more.
Yeah, good word, Steve. You're right, it doesn't need to be locked, but we'll take the belt and suspenders anytime. So you're just heading outboard to 2009.
I agree. Heading outboard.
And this video coming from Steve Bowen's helmet camera. He continues to stow bags where needed outside the International Space Station. And his next main task will be to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint that will be used later in the spacewalk.
And Steve, that's you're passing that BCDU MLI right now on 2008, and that's what we want to try to not put loads in. I think you saw it as you went by.
I did. I slowed down, made sure I reached across it. And I'm at 2032 in 2009 now, so I'm at my next work site.
Copy. Yes, you are. You can stow the IDA cable bag right in front of you, and there's going to be an integral tether to 2010 on your left and another to 2032 on your right.
All right. I'll get that in work.
And then reminder, we are going to have another large, small adjustable from the lid of the bag over to 2032 as well. So there will be 2 connections on 2032.
Copy.
And Sultan, it looks like you have a good temp stow on the bag. When you're ready, you're going to translate back toward the airlock the way you came to go up the CETA spur, and your next stop is going to be the port CETA cart to retrieve an APFR.
Right, copy. Port CETA cart. And is it the inboard or outboard handrail stanchion on 2010?
We suggested the outboard, and then for 2032, the one that's farthest away from you. But if you see a better way, just let us know.
All right.
And actually, Steve, I had that backwards. On 2010, we suggest the inboard, but again, whatever you need to get it tacked down tightly.
All right. Put it down on the inboard.
And Sultan, as you get up the CETA spur, you're going to be heading up to the port CETA cart.
Let's copy.
And as you get up on phase 1 Sultan, that port CETA cart will be off to your right side. And a reminder for you as well of not touching the test cables.
Right, I got it. Okay, I have one of the corners to 2032, the other corner to 2010, and the big hook on 2032 well, back to the top of the map.
Copy. Good config, Steve. And we will take a glove inspection and a HAP check and ensuring your gauntlets are in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are in place. HAP is dry. I'm checking my gloves.
Okay, copy, Steve. Then you can continue your tour of station, and you can translate back inboard to the starboard CETA cart to retrieve an APFR, and you will retrieve your green hook on the way.
Okay, retrieve my green hook, head back to the starboard CETA cart. My gloves are good.
Copy, good glove check. And nice work, Sultan. And we can head to the up the CETA spur when you're ready. Nice work.
Copy. Okay, stop and retrieve my green hook.
Copy, green hook.
This is Mission Control Houston. Views from both of our spacewalkers, now 53 minutes into today's spacewalk.
To the starboard CETA with 4, which is the top right. And note as you translate that, when you get there, there is 2 APFRs. There's one in the top right and the bottom right. We want the one in the top right that has the ingress aid.
All right, I understand.
Bowen and Alneyadi are heading out to relocate an APFR. That's an articulating portable foot restraint. It's often used during spacewalks to help astronauts secure themselves in one location as they work on a specific task.
They stick together. Bring my translation.
We copy the green hook.
And translating under the empty.
Copy, Sultan. And Sultan, as you get out to the port CETA cart, you're going to be picking up the APFR that's on the bottom left with 2, and that will also have an ingress 8 on it.
Copy, bottom left, left 2. The ingress 8.
Ten seconds to a handover.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are in a satellite handover with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station as they continue today's spacewalk. Again, they are heading out to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint. Following relocation of the APFR, they will begin moving out to route cables and modify some multi-layer insulation on one of the modification kits preparing for installation of future solar arrays.
We're back with you after the handover.
All right, passing the anchor hooks.
Copy. And Sultan, we see you at the APFR. When you have a second, we'd like you to double check that the pitch setting is Papa Papa, and then we want you to not change the pitch setting when you translate.
Right, we'll check for Papa Papa, we'll not change it.
Sultan, that was an impressive fix. You have surgeon's hands.
Thank you. All right, I am at the starboard CETA cart. Yep. Geared up on it.
Okay, copy, Steve. And you're looking for the top right with 4. And we are going to have you keep that APFR in the width and adjust the pitch knob when you get there.
Understand. Outright with 4. Adjust the pitch knob while still in the width.
Yep, and for...
And I see Foxtrot on this APFR.
And Sultan, understand that you see Foxtrot.
That's affirmative, yes.
Copy, Sultan. Standby 1. Steve, for yours in width 4, we're going to have you leaving the APFR in the width, adjust the pitch setting to Fox. And Sultan, we were expecting Papa Papa on yours, so we're talking about it for a second.
Affirm.
And Sultan, we would like you to have you adjust that pitch setting to Papa Papa. So just the pitch setting, and you can leave it in the width if you'd like. And so Steve, Fox, Sultan, Papa Papa.
Copy, Fox, Fox. That should work.
We are now 1 hour into today's spacewalk. The astronauts have made their way out to the SETA cart, the Crew Equipment and Translation Aid, and they are both working on a separate APFR, Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. Verifying the settings are needed to be used later today.
Okay. Copy, Fox, Fox. All right, I have the APFR and Fox, Fox, and the pitch knob is locked and able to be depressed.
Those are great words, Steve, as you know. So you can retrieve that APFR now with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT.
All right, that's going to be in work in a minute.
Okay, I have Papa Papa and this APFR, and pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
Okay, good word, Sultan. You are now going to pick up that APFR with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT.
Take to it.
As you both work those APFRs onto your BRT, big picture, you're going to be pretty synced up now. You're going to be heading out to S6. Just note we're about 5 minutes to a sunset if you want to set your visors accordingly.
Thank you very much, Sam. Copy.
Again, the crew members continue with the first task of the day, which is fixing the appropriate settings on these articulating portable foot restraints. They will stow those on their body retractable tether. The APFR will be used later in the spacewalk.
Copy.
And just to confirm, man, I was triangulating on the hands of the cart and released the brakes.
Yes, good words. And we'll also catch them on the end of the EVA. Steve's actually going to be back on this SETA cart to pick up the other APFR in a little later, but that's always a good check, and we'll always take it.
Copy, thanks. That empty.
Hey, I've rep the APFR. APFR is in my jaws under my BRT. The wave of Sultan as he goes by. Hey, Sultan, how are you? Good. I assume I'm good to translate ahead of you, Steve, right? I think that's the plan, yep.
Yes, we were just talking about that. You are going to translate ahead of him. So you're going to continue outboard prior to crossing. You're going to cross where the anchor hooks are, and then a little bit outboard of that prior to crossing the surge. We'll make sure your gauntlets are in place. And you're going to be translating zenith from there. And so you're going to go kind of up face one and then across the surge.
Right, okay. All right, keep an eye on my tether there as you go by it there, Sultan.
Thank you, Steve. I see it, and I see our anchor hooks.
Now that both crew members have the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, with them, they're heading out to the S6 truss where they will install those APFRs and prepare for the next task of routing some cables to prepare for future installation of new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, also known as iROSAs. These will be delivered later this year.
Man, my gauntlets are down. I'm ready to cross the surge.
Copy. And for both of you, it's the same translation path as Steve took out the first time. So as you cross the surge, you're going to come zenith and then cross onto S4. And you should have the non-radiator side out your left side and the IEA out your right side.
And I copy, thank you. Good night, Tom.
As you can see,
Can we confirm mile mark or handrail that we not be off?
Yeah, Sultan, so before crossing the surge, we'll have you ensure your gauntlets are in place. And then you're going to translate zenith. And then when you go across the struts and you get to S4, have that non-radiator side out your left side, the first thing you should see is WIF 2 and WIF 6, and then handrail 2203.
All right, you're ahead of me, Sultan. You're on the right path. When you cross over, what did you cross over to the other side of?
And I concur, and I checked my gauntlets right down. I took the expected route, and I'm by the handrail 2103, heading outboard.
Okay, we copy 2103 and heading outboard.
As you can see, the
Sultan, when you get out there.
Our handrails for anchor hook, I see 2003.
Yes, so you're going to hook to your green hook to 2004, which is one handrail outboard of 2003, and then two handrails outboard of that is where you're going to actually cross on the inboard side of the BCDU that's open. So the first thing you want to do, though, is get your green hook on 2004.
Right, copy. Green hook on 00. Can work.
This view from the helmet camera of Sultan Alneyadi, United Arab Emirates astronaut, on the first spacewalk for an Emirati astronaut. Lighting looks a little different outside the International Space Station right now, as the station itself is in an orbital nighttime. Again, we'll see several changes in, we'll see several sunrises and sunsets today during the spacewalk, as it currently flies 265 statute miles over the Indian Ocean.
Okay, green hook for EV2 and rail 204.
Okay, good work, Sultan. And while you're paused here, just a reminder, actually, for both of you, for the helmet lights, if you push the button multiple times, you might get one light, two light, and then they'll go off. So if the light seems dim, you may not have both lights on.
Thank you, Ed. Copy.
And Sultan, you're going to continue out along S6. When you see WIF 9, you're going to take a right, and you're going to see handrail 2024, and that's going to be just on the inboard side of the BCDU. So you're just going to head straight across. Just on the inboard side of the BCDU.
Copy that, then.
And Steve, you're just heading out to where you were before to drop your green hook on 2003, and then head straight all the way outboard. And then head straight all the way outboard.
And I'm working on that now. There it is.
Yeah, and that short handrail there, Sultan, is 2025, and then it'll be a kind of a reach around to the other side, and then you can go outboard, and you're going to be looking for your S6 WIF 15.
Please, 15, right?
And Sultan, one more body orientation reminder. When you get out to S6 and you find WIF 15, we'd like you to position your body over the IEA and ensure that your safety tether is on the IEA side of that WIF. And there's two WIFs there. WIF 15 is the one that kind of points in the direction of the radiator. WIF 15 is the one that kind of points in the direction of the radiator.
That's copy. I see what 15.
And Sultan, because that APFR was in a different configuration than we expected when you picked it up, we're going to have you verify the settings. And so when you're ready for the settings, let me know. You are going to be installing it at clocking of 12.
But at 12.
All right, green hook on 2003. My tether gets snarled in my APFR. Interesting.
All right, good word, Steve. I understand you got your green hook down. You're going to head all the way outboard so you can't go anymore and take a right after the IEA, and you're heading around to S6 with 31.
31 S6 on my way.
Yeah, and I see Papa Papa, and on the call I see call currently and ready for the settings.
Okay, your full settings are going to be 12 Papa Papa Fox 8. 12 Papa Papa Fox 8.
All right, 12 Papa Papa Fox 8 in work.
In a brief, loss of signal with the International Space Station as our spacewalkers continue today's spacewalk, now 1 hour and 18 minutes since they switched their suits to battery power.
Back with you after a handover, so if you called it, I missed it. But we've got Sultan working 12 Papa Papa Fox 8 and WIF 15, and Steve, you're heading to WIF 31.
I am heading to WIF 31. All right, WIF 31 here.
Okay, and I have good installation. Good full twist test. Check on the knob.
And Sultan, we got a copy of the good pull twist test. I'm just looking for black on black.
It is black on black, sorry, yes. So black on black, we have it. Looking on the
Okay,
top.
copy.
And it's locked and can be depressed.
Good check, thank you. And can you confirm 12 Papa Papa Fox 8?
It's affirmative. 12 Papa Papa Fox 8.
Copy, good work. You can hang out and take a couple pictures while Steve gets his APFR installed. Steve, you've got settings of 6, Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Fox, Fox, Fox 2. Okay.
And Sultan, as you are taking pictures, I will also take a glove inspection, half check, and just double checking your gauntlets are in place, please.
We'll do that.
And again, for Steve, your settings are 6, Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
And I have nominal gloves, no change, dry hat, and my guns is still down.
Good word, Sultan. And after Steve has APFR in, we'll be heading to the cable routing and the mod kit. And just a reminder, you do have cuff pages if you want to read about it first.
I copy that.
As the astronauts install their articulating portable foot restraints, they will then begin moving on to the next task, one of the major tasks today, which is routing cables in preparation for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays.
In there? Okay. You're clocking at 6.
In this view from Sultan Alneyadi's helmet camera, on the left, on his left glove, you can see a small, what looks like a notebook that includes some reference information.
Affirmative. Fox 2.
Yeah, I got Fox. Order 2. Okay, 6 Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Copy, Steve. And we get a full twist and black on black.
Twist, pull, black on black. That's it.
Copy and verify the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
All right, hold on, I'll get on the other side. All right, knob is locked. It can be depressed.
Copy. Good word, Steve. That completes the installation, and so we'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlets, please.
That was dry, gloves look good.
Copy, good gloves, Steve. So we can now, for both of you, move over to the 1B cable routing. Steve, you're going to go directly to the left side of the mod kit. Sultan, as you go outboard past Steve's APFR, you're going to do a fair lead on the short handrail on the radiator side of the IEA. It's handrail 2061, and again, it'll be off to your right side on the radiator side.
Copy that, Ian, and work.
For both of you, as you go out there, a couple of reminders about the mod kit. We don't want to translate simultaneously on the mod kit. We want to keep translation rates lower than 3 seconds per foot, and then avoid cyclic loading into the mod kit.
Copy?
Copy that now.
And for both of you, for your awareness, you got a happy team down here. You are slightly ahead of timeline.
Oh, it's good to know. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Sultan, I am trying to track my tethers. I seem to have lost sight of them.
See it, and it's clear up to the anchor hook. I don't see the anchor hook, obviously, but it's heading that way, and it's here for my tether. And
I think it's behind me.
oh, sorry, you mean body, all right. Yeah, it is.
Okay. Can you help me do a quick...
If you can, yeah, just keep your feet low and keep rotating counterclockwise as you're doing.
Counterclockwise?
Feet towards the IEA, please. Towards the IEA, towards structure. Yeah, continue. Your feet down, bring your feet down. No, unwind just for 20 degrees. Continue. And try to lift them a little bit, lift your feet. Okay, now bring them down. And then do counterclockwise rotation. Yes. No, stop.
Excellent. Thank you.
See it?
I have it, yes.
I think it's still behind your chest.
No, it's right here.
All right, see it. Okay. And am I translating inboard of that APFR or outboard towards the radiators?
Checking. And Sultan, you want to stay on the IEA side of Steve's APFR, and then just past the APFR is where you're going to kind of drop and look down on the radiator side, and that's where you'll see the short handrail 2061, and it should be up and down, so kind of perpendicular to the radiator orientation.
Thank you, and I was just checking to avoid some cables on the APFR. So I don't want to shoot.
Copy. And Steve, as you get out there, your first location target is going to be the left lower strut and the cable routing.
Left lower strut cable routing. Thing over there.
And if you see an all-white cable, then you're in the right place.
see an all-white cable going to the center, and then connect it next to the barber pole cable.
Copy. That is your bundle. So you're going to retrieve and route that left iROSA cable bundle. First, wire tying it to the left mid-strut handrail with a pre-stage wire tie. And for both of you on these cables, I just want to draw your attention to the wing tabs where the cables are connected to themselves, and we want to make sure that when we finish that they stay connected to themselves.
Understand. Good.
This is Mission Control Houston coming up on 1 hour and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Sultan, the idea with that fair lead is just to keep the tether off to the right side. If you see a better place to fair lead that tether, you can. We think that 2061 is a good spot, but if it's hard to get to, then you can look for another location.
Copy that, Tom. Yeah.
Both crew members have moved to the S6 or Starboard 6 portion of the International Space Station. They're going to be starting on the first major task of today's spacewalk, which is to route these cables to prepare for future installation of solar arrays.
Hey, Sultan. Hi, so see where my safety tether comes in? Good. On my left, V-ring extender.
Can you see the sleeve, right?
Okay, well, no. Now look for my left waist tether, my left V-ring extender.
All right, yeah.
Hold on.
You can swap your waist tethers and release the one you're hooked in now. Swap another local and then, release that one.
Okay, then this one, okay, that one's clear.
And your session end effector is also catching that tether. Release it and just bring it down the red. Release it.
Okay. All clear now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
The left side cables.
And Sultan, we see you get to the work site as well. Just note for your guys' awareness, we have Sultan's helmet cam. We don't have Steve's at the moment. So Sultan, if that is the red barber pulled cables, then you have the right ones. And your first step is to wire tie those to the right mid-strut handrail with a pre-stage wire tie.
Right, I see the right cable and I see Lights 1 Bravo with a Sharpie line.
And we have both cameras back, and Sultan, those are good words. That's the right one. And just a reminder, as you're routing these, the wire ties will go to the mid-strut handrails that are pre-stage, and then all of the slack will be back toward the mass canister on the long handrail.
Good. Copy.
In this view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera in the background, you can see Sultan Alneyadi. Both astronauts now at the S6 truss working to route cables that will be used upon installation of future iROSAs. Those are International Space Station rollout solar arrays. The modification kits that they're working on were installed on a previous spacewalk.
All right. 3 turns on the mid and heading to the aft.
We copy the wire tie on the mid-strut and heading toward the mass canister.
Okay, and I have the same on the strut and the pre-stage wire tie. I've got 3 twists into the long handrail.
Copy 3 twists on the mid-strut handrail, and you two are heading slack outboard to the mass canister long handrail with long wire ties.
All right. Long wire ties all the way out.
In this view from both astronauts' helmet cameras, you can get a glimpse at that mirror that they wear on their wrist. The panel on the on the astronaut's spacesuit, it's on the front of their spacesuit, and all of the dials.
Integrated wire tie, or we use something from Yati Caddy?
And Sultan, you could use the long wire tie that's there integrated on the cable.
Oh, thanks.
Alright, that's 3 turns. In the aft, try to make it look pretty.
And as you tack those down, just one final check for you both to ensure that the no wing tabs were knocked and that the cables are still connected to themselves.
Wing tabs are still in place.
Same on the right side as well. And I have 3 twists on the wire tie, the long handrail.
Okay, copy. Good work. So the next step for both of you is to go to your respective upper strut. So Steve on the left upper strut, and you're going to be right toward the center pad, so just up from where you are. And Sultan to the right upper strut to the MLI gap near the center pad.
Upper strut, center pad. Can you tell me when you're done translating? Yeah, give me 1 second. I will be done.
And good call, Sultan, keeping people happy down here. And just a reminder, you do have photos of this area on your cuff pages if you need a reference.
All right. And Sultan, I think I'm in a good position. All right. Thanks.
In the background of this view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, you can see the curvature of the Earth as we prepare for an orbital sunrise on the International Space Station.
All right, Steve, you're going to be closing the MLI gap that's near the center pad. You can use integral MLI wire ties or wire ties from your BRT as needed. And if needed, ensure the flap side of the MLI wraps underneath the non-flap side before securing with the integrals. And we want to just ensure that there's no metal showing.
Okay, I understand.
And if you look just past your work site, you will see a beautiful sunrise about to happen if you need to adjust visors accordingly.
I do. I do see a beautiful sunrise.
That sunrise coming 1 hour and 43 minutes into today's spacewalk as the station is flying over the North Pacific Ocean.
And I'm up with the right mid-strut to mountain brackets. That is okay.
And Sultan, say again, you said you're at the mid-strut?
Yeah, the upper strut is focused for Steve now. I don't want to go there. I'm saying I want to start with the right mid-strut to the mountain bracket station.
So we're not anticipating that the right mid-strut on this side needs to be looked at, but you can on the upper strut on the other side near the mounting bracket. You can go toward where the M14 bolts are. So it's just on the left side of the upper bolts. So if you pull the square MLI with the two bolt holes over the M14 bolt boss.
Okay, copy that. And I think I'm free with this MLI if you all want to take a quick look. I see no metal showing.
And Steve, we're taking a look at that right now. We'll also take your call. The right upper strut is kind of right in front of you. If you're in a good position to get both of them, you can.
Let me get that one too.
Right now, both astronauts are modifying some MLI, multi-layer insulation, on the modification kit. This view in Steve Bowen's helmet camera, and to the right of your screen, you can see Emirati astronaut Sultan Alneyadi.
Sultan, we're talking about the MLI down here. So on that mid strut, we expected that the MLI to be out of config at those two bolts that are right in front of you. It actually looks like they're pretty good. But right by your right hand, it looks like there's an MLI flap sticking up on that strut. So we're just wondering if you could maybe adjust those wire ties and get that flap more securely down on the whole mid strut.
I copy that. I just did is a mid-strut 2 bolts and single wire tie is secured under them. You're saying there is a flap on my right-hand side that you need to be secured?
So now it's off to kind of your left, but wherever you see a flap sticking up, you can go ahead and tack it down.
Right, I see it. That in, and how does that look on the other side? That's right there. Stand a little bit more.
And Steve, those look pretty good. If you can just kind of back up a little bit and give us a good HECA scan, and then we'll move on to the left mid strut.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so that looks metal exposed.
And for Steve, we're good with the MLI on the upper struts. Nice work. So you can move on to the left mid strut. We expect there was an MLI gap between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket. But similar words to what I gave Sultan, if you see other MLI that looks out of config, we would love it if you could snug it up a little bit. But we're expecting the left mid strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket.
Mid strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket. All right, I'll take a look.
And Sultan, that's I see you kind of working the collar bolts on that strut. That's definitely a little bit out of config, especially on the mass canister side. So we'll definitely take a good cinch up on that one. And for both of you, if it's possible after we fix the MLI to not translate on it, that would be preferable.
Yeah, trying to work on that. And on this mid strut to upper strut, I see no metal exposed, and I'm not sure about the mid strut middle area, the one you pointed just now. To me, from this side is covered. Do you have a view on it, Steve, from this side? There's a gap on this side. Okay. You may have to come inside to look at that. How does mine look, by the way, since you were looking across at me? Yours is covered. I didn't see any that point. But between the two wire ties, the metal is exposed from here. Okay. Now, Steve.
Hold on, I'm not in a good spot. Just a second. Still can't see it. Hold on.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 52 minutes into today's spacewalk. The fourth spacewalk of the year, 8th for Steve Bowen and the first for Sultan Alneyadi. We are in a satellite handover with the International Space Station. Expect to regain communications shortly. The astronauts are now working on routing. They've completed their cable routing portion of this specific mod kit work. They are now working on the MLI, or the multi-layer insulation, ensuring it's properly placed to protect the hardware itself. After the astronauts complete the work on the 1B MLI, they will move over to the 1A mod kit and continue the same type of multi-layer insulation work. There won't be any cable routing necessary at that mod kit, but at the completion of this work, the astronauts will have prepared these areas for future solar array installation later this summer.
Mine looks Sultan. Is that covered? I'm going to take a look at yours.
Yours is covered, but still between these wire ties, only
I think you can add a long wire tie in there to hold the stem.
I can give you.
I got one. I'll get it. Don't worry. Take a look at yours. Yours looks like it's covered now.
And Sultan, we're back with you after the handover. And Sultan, we appreciate the good, thorough inspection on the right mid strut. So as Steve, as you continue to work that left mid strut, Sultan, you can move to the mounting bracket to cycle the soft capture features.
Right. I have one on my side, right?
There is one on your side. There's kind of one in the center, one on the left, and one on the right. So the expected config when you get there is that they're going to be pulled down and in the little J hook. We just want you to pull it out, release the soft capture, and then re-engage the soft capture. Just for your awareness, we are back with you on voice. We don't have video quite yet.
Okay.
In the center of your view here is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, serving as the ground IV. She's the one you hear speaking directly with the astronauts on the International Space Station on the spacewalk. They communicate with McClain alone to ensure streamlined communication, not too many voices coming from the room. To her left is Costa Madrivis. He is communicating with the astronauts inside the International Space Station, who are continuing to go through their workday.
Yeah, got a long wire tie on there with 3 twists.
For both of you, just a status. You're at 2 hours, or just about at 2 hours PET, and you're still slightly ahead of timeline.
Thank you. All right, Sultan, how's that look now? Look pretty good? Right arm, okay. On which strut, my strut or the mid strut?
The mid strut. It was on the mid strut, right hand. In the new wire tie and the corner between the mid and the upper strut.
Right in here.
Yeah, right there. It's really tiny if you can touch the flat.
Yeah, I think if I get in there to do that though. All right, give me a second.
And Steve, good catch. We were just looking at the same thing. And Sultan?
That one might benefit from it. So Sultan, from your angle, does that close up that gap?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so I should put another wire tie there. All right, that'll take a second.
And Sultan, correction to my last answer, you asked about the soft capture features. There's one on your side, and then 2 are kind of tended more over toward Steve's side on the bottom of the mounting bracket.
You want me to do all 3?
We do need to do all 3.
Okay, I'll do that.
Astronauts continue working on the multi-layer insulation.
Sure.
So what I'm trying to get around the corner here.
This multi-layer insulation protects the modification kits where future solar arrays will be installed. And that view that we had from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, International Space Station, flying over Illinois.
Okay, all 3 soft capture handles are recycled.
Copy, thank you.
Thank you, Sultan.
And Sultan, so the last thing we'll take from you is a HECA scan of all MLI. Anything you could see on the right side and on Steve's side. We just want to make sure there's no gaps in the mid and upper struts and that the mounting bracket is clear of MLI.
Okay, I'm scanning the upper strut now. Then the other side that I can't see covered. Foxtrot.
And Steve, as you finish up, same thing. Same thing from you, Steve. Just a good HECA scan of any of the MLI pieces that you can see, and a verification that there's no MLI on the mounting bracket.
There you go. All right, let's see what we got here. How's that for a scan so far? Go upwards to the mid. This one up.
We appreciate the views. We are talking about it. All right, gentlemen, good news. You did so good on this one that we're going to head to 1A and do the same thing.
All right. Good copy.
And before translating, please a glove inspection, HAP check, and a gauntlet check from both.
All right, let me get back down on the structure here, and then I'll do that. Again, ready to close the inspection. So on my left hand, I see rubber RTV. On my index finger is closed. My right hand, no change, but blood is fine. My habit up, down, still.
Okay, Sultan, we copy your left index finger, and you can confirm that that's only the RTV.
All right, my gloves.
The astronauts are conducting a glove and HAP check. They take a look at their gloves often to report the status.
We copy, Steve. Reminder on your way to 1A to pick up.
Dry.
Good check. HAP dry. And reminder, Steve, to pick up the wire tie caddy on your way.
Thank you. I will do that.
Again, we just saw those glove checks. The astronauts.
I do. It's clear? It's clear. Thanks. You can come back this way and follow me. Is it already over the box? Okay. It's already over the box. Okay. Get ready for me to grab. Before we can move on.
Astronauts are periodically asked to take a look at their gloves to ensure there is no major damage. Additionally, they are asked for a HAP check. That's a helmet absorption pad. They're able to lean their head back and feel that helmet absorption pad to ensure there is no liquid in the helmet. This is Mission Control Houston. It's 2 hours and 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. The astronauts have just completed the work at the 1B mod kit after routing some cables and modifying the multi-layer insulation. They'll now head over to the 1A mod kit, where they will do the same installation work as previously.
All right, I have the wire tie caddy ready for me.
Copy. Your next stop for both of you will be to pick up your green hook from yours from 2003, Sultan's from 2004.
Okay, green hooks are next.
Copy.
Let me tuck this down behind my mini workstation.
These beautiful views coming from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Today is Bowen's 8th spacewalk. Looking down below, the International Space Station just flew over Puerto Rico. You can also see the solar arrays stretching out from the International Space Station.
So as you come up to your green hooks, after you pick them up, you're going to be moving nadir, kind of down towards your feet, the way you're oriented right now, next to the A-frame to get over to the 1A side.
Okay. This side of the A-frame? Yeah, okay.
Yes, we recommend outboard of the A-frame.
Make sure and clear your feather. Okay, green hook back on.
We copy Steve's green hook.
And for E2 as well, green hook back on the Ciprio.
Okay, copy. This is going to be a little bit of an orientation change, but as you're going to go down towards your feet outboard of the A-frame, and then you're going to continue inboard, and you're going to end up with EV1. Steve, you'll be on the right side of the mod kit, and Sultan on the left.
Be on the right, you'll be on the left. And down. Okay, so I am on the right side.
And Steve, we see you arriving there. Your first target is going to be the right mid-strut. That's the first one that we think may be problematic. And you're going to open the MLI fastened around the mid-strut collar bolt and reset it.
Okay.
The astronauts have now arrived at their next work site. They will begin securing the multi-layer insulation around the 1A mod kit.
Sultan, your first target is going to be the center pad of the left upper strut, so kind of the area that Steve worked out at the other area.
Upper center pad.
And Steve, on that right mid-strut, there's both the collar bolts we think are problematic, and then the area between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket.
Okay, we can look.
In this view, you can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen on the left, easy to identify thanks to the red stripes on his spacesuit. On the right is UAE Astronaut Sultan Alneyadi. He's wearing an unmarked suit, but if you look closely, you can also see the Emirati flag on his left shoulder.
And Sultan, as you get up there, our suggestions, you can either reposition those integrals as you're working, if you need to use wire ties from your BRT, and ensure that that flap side is under the flatter side.
Let's copy that on. I'm opening the whole thing down, start to.
The multi-layer insulation that these astronauts are securing today helps protect the structures that are on the International Space Station. They are exposed to extreme varying heat and cold while outside in the vacuum of space. And this multi-layer insulation helps protect against any extra stresses that those temperatures can cause.
Sultan, we're taking a look at the MLI. The MLI that's on the back of your right hand right now, that flap, we think that that needs to be laid down first, so it needs to be underneath.
What about the mid-strut?
Yeah, that's correct. That flap that's kind of underneath the, yeah, that one needs to go down first. That's right.
Understood.
And you may be able to kind of pull those integral ties around the strut, and then before laying down the second one.
Okay.
And Sultan, we know that that one's a little bit challenging and that there may be some metal exposed. You may need to use a wire tie. If you do, just a reminder not to put the wire tie over the actual collar bolt, but or over the actual bolt, but put it on one side or the other.
That's copy.
Output power LED is on, but the white LED on the back of the laptop is not on.
Okay, and how does that look?
And Steve, that is buttoned up nicely. You got to go from the MUR on that one. So if, on your side, we can have you move to the right side of the mounting bracket to cycle the soft capture features.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Stephen, I think you saw it as you went by on that mid strut by the mounting bracket side. It looks like the inside of that MLI is open.
Yep. Look at that. Let me cycle this one, and then I'll care of that.
Thank you.
All right, that's cycled and back in the J. Almost back there it is. Now it's back in J. Yeah, let me get a better angle on that to fix it. Let's come up with it. And I don't know if you see a view on my camera, but it's a long wire tie on the section of the mid strut.
And Sultan, that looks good to us right now. I appreciate that. And so, Sultan, if you would just take a look along that whole left mid-strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket and just ensure that there's no metal showing.
Work. Let's see if this looks better.
Good work on that, Steve. We're looking at the images. While we have you right there, just to your right side, there's a soft capture feature. So we saw you grab the middle one, and I think you're going for it. That we'll need to grab that soft capture feature on the right side and make sure it's in the J-hook.
That one's in the J-hook. And
so that's the middle one, and then, yeah, there's one kind of over.
Yeah, I see it now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think I need to go back and deal with this MLI a little bit more.
Okay, copy.
I want to stay in the J here. I pulled it down, had to cycle it in, get it that time. I think I have to go back and take a little look at this thing.
Okay, copy, thanks. And Sultan, when did you move off of there? Oh, you got all three of them. Okay, thank you. So for Sultan, we can take a HECA scan of any of the MLI and structures that you see on any of the struts and ensure that the whole mounting bracket is clear of MLI.
But it didn't work. But the heating port between the mid strut and the struts are covered now. Metal exposed. Can you see this strut over here? Your side? Is it? Can you see the strut over here? Your side? No, it's covered. It's covered now? Yeah. And on the upper strut, I see good MLI. I don't see any exposed metal except for the screw. Covered, but I can get tighter, but I don't see any metal exposed.
Okay, we copy. So as we await
that's not good.
As we await the final. Yeah, we copy. We're waiting.
And looking at the cables that they've got here, they're going to need to go back and redo that whole section.
This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he continues to cover the mod kit structure with multi-layer insulation.
Left side.
It's a good view.
Exposed.
Good view. We're going to keep looking.
His view to the left side.
And Sultan, that flap that's right in front of you, that you're kind of the one you're playing with, we may ask it to, well, we will ask you to put a wire tie around that, please.
Yeah, look.
Now 2 hours and 30 minutes since the spacewalkers switched their suits to internal battery power, kicking off the start of today's spacewalk.
Yeah, we are looking, we're looking at the views now.
Steve,
Steve, while you're paused right there, the next thing we'll need is a wire tie count on the caddy.
Hold on. I'm going to pull this one piece that's hold it down here now. Okay. Hey, wire tie caddy. I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 long, 2 short. And I used the long and the short for my BOT.
And Steve, sorry, can you repeat the quantities again?
It's 7 long, short. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 long, 2 short.
7 long, 2 short. We are there with you. We appreciate that count.
And like I said, I used 2, 1 long, 1 short for my BOT.
Okay, we copy. Okay, we've talked about the high priority areas, and we are happy with the all of the MLI fixes in the high priority areas. We have one area that we'd like you to take a look at if you think you can get there without translating on the nicely tacked up MLI, and that's on the upper strut near the mass canister, the areas that you worked out at the 1B, Steve. On the left side, we think that the MLI might be open just a little bit.
Left side, upper strut. Okay, let me get back up there. Up here, actually looks pretty good. Look around.
Push that left side. I think looks pretty good. Maybe from the inside.
Copy. Yeah, if you get a good look on both
What do
those.
you think? I think the upper strut looks pretty good.
And Steve, are you able to get an eye on both the left and the right uppers?
Yeah, just did his left. Let me go look at the right.
And I'll tell you the kind of problematic area that we're looking at is the left upper strut, but kind of on the back side from where you're looking at, so on the mass canister side. And just if you can try to get eyes on it, it's kind of the area that you worked out at the 1B.
Okay, let me take another look out here. Okay, looking at both sides of this left upper strut. That looks good. The right upper strut up at the top. Let me go take a look up at the very top here. Yeah, I can probably tighten that. I see what you're talking about now.
Copy. Thanks, Steve.
A second to get sure.
Two hours, 35 minutes into the spacewalk, and we are in a handover of satellites that allow us to communicate with the International Space Station. The astronauts continue to work on securing MLI, multi-layer installation, on the modification kit. This comes after completing some cable routing as well as additional MLI installation.
Back with you after the handover. We're about 5 minutes to a sunset, and Sultan, we just wanted to send you a quick note. We were looking at your helmet lights, and we think your left side helmet light may not have been on in the last eclipse if you want to use it.
All right, copy.
The modification kits where the astronauts are working today are where we will have future iROSAs, International Space Station rollout solar arrays installed.
If you see a view of my camera.
We see it now. That looks beautiful. Thank you.
Four new iROSAs have been installed on the International Space Station.
Copy. Good work. Thank you, Steve. And for both of you, we can kind of back off of the mod kit and take a look at all of it.
All right, quickly before the sun goes down, that's the upper struts.
And that's right, Frank.
And as you guys get reset off of that work site, Sultan, just a couple systems notes for you. We're about 10 minutes from where the O2 sensor readings had been seen to be erratic before, so just for your awareness. And also just for your awareness, we think that your helmet lights came detached from your helmet and they're being held on by the strap. There's no action needed for you, but just letting you know that it might be a little bit wobbly.
Okay, copy that. Keep an eye on it.
And Stephen Sultan, we just got word from the MER. They are happy with your MLI work on 1 Alpha, so that will complete this task.
Okay.
Yes, thanks.
So to To get done with this work site, Steve will have you hand the wire tie caddy to Sultan, and Sultan, you'll just carry it on your MWS, and that bayonet fitting might keep it a little bit tighter onto your MWS. And for both of you, a glove, hat, and gauntlets before translation, please.
Yep. Right, copy. Just open the front and slide it in. Your ribs. Want to drop it back? I can get it. Hold on. I am amongst your feathers here. So let's not get too crossed. Stuff leading off to the left. You're heading back to the right. You want me to go ahead of you and then pose? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how best to do that. I can do it. I'll just okay, I'll pick up my local and then I'll head. Let me double check where mine is. Okay. Make it low so you can get by me. Okay, go ahead, bye. All right, just hung up with something. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. I'll put it on a handrail.
And for the translation, this is where you're kind of change positions as you get to where your green hooks were. So Sultan, our recommendation is that you lead back out to 2004, and then Steve follow him out to where your green hooks were, and then Steve will lead the translation back in. Big picture, Steve, your next task is arm setup, and Sultan, yours is ESP2 setup.
All right, copy. 2004. Okay, I'll get up there and swap myself around. All right. I'll start in the back. Yeah, follow.
And before translation, can we get a glove and a hat from both of you?
I'm sorry. Both gloves look good. Hat is dry.
Copy, thanks, Steve.
And for EV2, no change on the gloves. For EV2, no change on the gloves, and hat is dry.
Okay, copy, thank you. So, Steve, you'll lead the translation in. You're heading to the port CETA cart. And you will leave your anchors right where they are. So you're going to pass the anchors. And Sultan, you're going to be heading into the ESP2 work site. So you're going to follow Steve until you get to the CETA spur, and then you're going to go down the CETA spur.
All right, so for the student, tell the spread and head down to the ASB2.
Good words, and you're actually going to go down the CETA spur, and we're going to have you fair lead near the port airlock toolbox when you get down there, and this would also be a good time to turn on the GoPro.
Copy.
Coming up on 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Both spacewalkers have accomplished the first major task of today, which is routing cables and modifying/securing MLI, multi-layer insulation, to the mod kits where future iROSA arrays will be installed. The astronauts are now translating to their next work site.
As you translate, you're sitting at about 2 hours and 45 minutes PET, and you're about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline. And we just got the call that all the inhibits are placed for RFG, so we are going to pursue that task.
The next task is for the astronauts to retrieve the RFG.
Yeah, I'm trying to get around here. I think it's caught on the cables. Hold on. I think it's clear. Yep. What that's going on? It's on, yeah, enough. Okay. Okay, make sure this doesn't go behind me again. Hey, hold on, Sultan. Let me get I know a spot here.
Again, the next task for our spacewalkers is to retrieve the radio frequency group. This is part of the S-band antenna. The S-band antenna is our critical command and data link to and from the space station. Of course, we do have redundancy, but the RFG is the brains, essentially.
The wires. Sultan, can you go back and unhook mine? Get grabbed onto something back there.
The radio frequency group houses the electronics, high gain and low gain antennas on the S-band system.
Don't grab back. You follow that back a little bit?
The astronauts will remove the RFG and bring it inside the space station.
Okay. You see, the wire is folded, so it's caught back on something. So if you follow it back a little bit, you'll see what it's hooked on. Okay, let me span it. On the EN10. Okay. Varsity. Yep. Okay, it's opinion 10, and it's coming good way. I see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
All right, so your tether currently goes behind me. I need to get it up and over my head somehow.
Stand by until I come close to you.
Yeah. It actually goes behind me.
So where we want it for the next setup for these tethers, just for awareness, is Sultan should go from the anchor down to a fairlead by the port airlock toolbox. And Steve, yours will go from the anchor to a fairlead that you're going to put on the lab strut.
Yep. All right, so Sultan, the way to solve this problem, because your tether goes behind me, but it's underneath my safety tether. So if you can get, let me get, right, so let's get it up. I'm going to go down, get over my head, then I'll come up, and then we'll clear the last bit. Okay?
Are they crossed now, or just
Yeah,
behind?
they're crossed now. So can you get your tether up from behind me and above, put it back above me?
Can you go a little bit nadir as well?
What?
Yeah. Towards me, just a little bit towards me.
I don't know. Let me see.
Be clear now.
Okay.
See it in front of you.
Let me get back up here and take a look.
It's clear.
Right now, I pass you, and that'll be fine.
I agree.
Okay.
As our astronauts continue to translate to the next work site, the International Space Station is flying 261 statute miles over the Indian Ocean west of Australia. As you can see in the view, the astronauts do have lights on their helmet to help them work during these nighttime passes.
All right, Steve, you're going to go under the MT to the port seater cart, and you're going to be looking for the APFR in the top left whiff, which is whiff 3, and it should have an ingress 8 on it.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm going to go down the super spur now.
And copy, Sultan. Yep, you're going to head down the CETA spur. And then you can turn on the GoPro, and you're going to fair lead on the port width near the port airlock toolbox. And when you pause, I have a couple words for you on your glove.
Copy that.
Okay, with 3 and the one that's currently in the middle on the swing arm, correct?
Yes, width 3, which is...
And it's set. Papa, Papa.
That's correct. Papa Pampa, and then we ask you don't change the pitch setting for translation, and you can stow that on your BRT. And the final settings for that one are 12 Papa Papa Fox 6 for the arm, and you can set that any time between here and there.
Okay.
This view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he picks up an APFR, articulating portable foot restraint. As overheard, he'll stow that on his BRT, the body restraint tether. He'll then attach it to the cannon arm 2, which will be used during the next task when they remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, and prepare to bring it inside the space station.
And I'm going to go up to clear Steve's safety tether. Now it's came under my legs.
And Sultan, we see you trying to clear that safety tether. Let us know if you need any assistance.
Yeah, before making this watch, I just want to see where are they wrapped. They cross behind my place, but I want to go down and take it.
All right, I might be able to help you out here. Just grab the APFR.
No problem, Steve.
And yeah, Steve, we'd like you to head back a little bit outboard to the other side and see if you can help clear that.
Okay, let me down the left strut and my fair lead, and then I'll go help him. That's okay?
Yeah, we concur with that plan.
Okay. And it's the starboard strut I'm supposed to go down?
It's the
And fair lead.
on the on the starboard lab strut handrail.
Didn't work. Hold on, take a second. Where are you right now?
I'm at Cedar Spur.
Okay, I'll be up in a second.
Just wanted to see where your tether is routed. Is it behind my press or?
Let me get my adjustment.
I just wait for you. I think it's behind my press.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
Okay. Steve, I think we're clear.
Okay, let me check. Let me get my,
Yeah, it was right behind my 3GP somehow.
Alright, so you got it cleared.
You see it?
Not yet.
Okay. Then heading down the Cedar Spur.
Okay, and we told on, or we monitored Sultan. You said that it is cleared.
It is cleared, and it was wrapped around my 3GP, unfortunately.
All right, nicely done. So you can continue down the port airlock, or toward down the Cedar Spur to the GoPro, and you can turn that on. And Steve, you can go down to the front side of ESP2 via the lab and then the gap spanner.
All right, on my way. I get this in correctly. That is that. Right, yeah, fairly in place.
Copy, fair lead in place.
Okay, camera's on.
Copy, the camera's on. So if you can go over near the, we're thinking on the port whiff near the port airlock toolbox and fair lead, and then you're going to translate around the side of ESP2 where you stowed the crew lock bag 1, and you're going to stow the wire tie caddy.
Right, copy. Okay. I'm rolling.
And Steve, as you get in a good position on the front of ESP2 there, your next step is going to be to give Frank a go to GCA to the APFR install and ingress position. So you just want to position yourself to where you are clear but can see everything.
Okay, let me get myself there.
Now over 3 hours into the spacewalk today, astronauts are preparing for the next major task on their list. This is to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from the S-band antenna. Again, the radio frequency group is the computer and electronics that control the S-band system. And this portion of the system will be brought inside the International Space Station before being returned to Earth for refurbishment and eventual return to the space station.
Okay, so that's where we're going. My tether.
Yeah, and I'm at the ASP and I have the bag in front of me.
Okay, Sultan, you can stow the wire tie caddy, and then I have a couple systems words for you when you have time to look at your left hand again.
Copy.
And then that's why caddy will go into integral bit.
And yes, Sultan, we're going to stow the wire tie caddy into crew lock bag 1. At the same time, you can
The
grab...
question is, are they going into integral bit? Or...
Yes, you can put it on any available integral RIT.
Okay, Frank, you have to go to GCA to the ingress, the install and ingress position.
Steve, we copy GCA to published. Our published position is 1.1 meters station aft, and we're starting motion.
Okay, I'm watching. Good motion.
Good motion. Half a meter to go.
Continue to publish.
Copy, continue to publish. Ramping out. Okay, Steve, that's your published position.
All right, let me take a look. All right, could I get another 30 centimeters station aft?
The additional 30 centimeters station aft.
Multiple voices in the mix now as NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg inside the space station is commanding the Canadarm2. Steve Bowen will be on the Canadarm2 to help with some stabilization for the RFG removal.
Hold position.
And you can put brakes on, GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Stand by for brakes. The brakes are on. You go for APFR install and ingress.
Go for APFR install and ingress. Copy.
And Steve, you can install the APFR onto the arm. You're looking for 12 Papa Papa Fox 6. For Sultan, while you have that...
Papa Fox 6, okay.
Yep, good read back. For Sultan, while you have that bag in your hand, you're going to retrieve the large small RET that's on the handrail of that bag, and you're going to put the small hook onto handrail 8007, which is the same handrail that your temp stowed on.
8007, copy, small hook on... Copy.
Great view here of Steve Bowen as he handles the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, and places it on the Canadarm2, the latching end effector.
Okay.
And of course, we have another brief satellite handover Teams here in Mission Control Houston continuing to monitor everything about today's spacewalk, including the status of the astronauts inside the space station, of course our astronauts outside and keeping up with those tasks, as well as the consumables for the astronauts, including their oxygen rates inside the suits.
No, this one did not go all the way over.
Copy, black on black. And we're just back with you from a handover, so if you
Hold on.
called a pull twist test, we missed it.
Hold on. Oh, I got the black on black. It didn't twist yet. Feels like it's in, but it hasn't twisted. Collar's not going back yet.
Copy. A couple of notes for Sultan while Steve works that. One is that we're out of the range for your erratic sensor, so we're not worried about that anymore. For your glove, what we want you to do is take a look at the flap and see if you can look underneath it and make sure that there's no additional damage to any other of the glove structure other than that RTV. And just a reminder that on the index finger, you've got that turtle skin underneath that RTV as well.
I copy, and I did report initially that that flap has another RTV flap, but nothing is exposed. Rubber.
Okay, good words. Thanks for double checking that. So Sultan, your next step is going to be to pre-stage the long wire tie on the clamshell MLI. So just double check that you have a long wire tie left on your BRT.
Again, if I'm going to get any from the caddy, I only have short on my BRT.
Okay, yeah, we agree with that, Sultan. Sorry about that. I should have kept that before you put that in there. So we'll have you grab one long wire tie on the clamshell MLI.
Right, copy and work.
All right, and I'm having a hard time with this. Black on black in the collar. Looks like it's in there. Collar does not want to move. Any suggestions?
We're taking a look.
Cycle it. That moved it a little bit. There we go. Now it's black on black. That cycle's done. Oh, but then it came out. Well, okay, now I got 12. Got it black on black, but it's not in.
Okay, we copy that it might just be on this soft capture.
It's in soft capture. Hold on. And that's 12. All right, now I got a good twist. The black on black. Yeah, collar is very stiff. I think that's a big part of this. It is in place. But
okay, Steve.
blocking at 12, black on black, good wiggle pull.
And we're checking, Steve. We may have you double check it.
All right.
Teams on the ground helping NASA astronaut Steve Bowen troubleshoot the install of the articulating portable foot restraint on the Canadarm2. Meanwhile, we saw the International Space Station enter an orbital daylight.
Okay, Steve, we're going to have you give that one more really good pull test, and rather than pulling on the boot plate, if you could go down to where the load limiter is, just obviously making sure you don't squeeze the paddles, and make sure we have a good pull test.
I got a good pull test on that.
Okay,
I got black on black. I got a good wiggle pull test.
All right, that is good. We appreciate the setup. So your next step is going to be to assist Sultan with the RFG setup.
Okay. Get off the PFR.
So we can have one of you install the long wire tie onto the clamshell MLI, and we'll be assessing the clamshell MLI for snugness, and then we also need to retrieve the EVA scissors and cut the MLI strap.
Okay, I have the wires, Steve, and I'll install them now. Clamshell.
Okay, let me get cleaned up a little bit. Sultan, I just gotta. What's my BRT is tangled up on? There it goes. All right, Sultan, I'm coming up. All right.
And Steve, we think what you could start doing is undoing the quarter turn fasteners on the MLI tent.
I can do that.
And Sultan, you can move over to that clamshell MLI for the long wire tie.
See that, I'm just 52 there is in the end, surprisingly. Can I drop a green hook somewhere? Pay attention that the green hook is, green wheel is reach the limit. But that's fair lead maybe. We'll check.
And Sultan, yes, you can drop your green hook. So we recommend one method would be to fair lead over by the port airlock toolboxes, but you can also put your green hook down to get your tetherers out of the way wherever you see fit, probably toward the airlock on ESP2.
Disregard that, and I think it was the red wheel caught behind the ESP structure. Now I have enough room to work. Yep.
Yeah, we copy.
And I do not see the quarter turn. I don't see the quarter turn fasteners on the backside, correct?
Nothing on the deck, just the
ones over here and the ones on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's just ISS forward in port and on the high gain side. There should be 10 total. And then on the ISS starboard side, there's going to be a MLI Velcro flap that you can remove.
I can't get up there. All right, let me see what I can do.
Okay, well, tie installed on the handle. I'll feed it through the loops.
We copy, Sultan. And just a reminder on the, a couple cautions for you guys around the antenna. We don't want to exert any more than about 7 pounds into the high gain antenna. We want to minimize loads on the low gain antenna. And once we open it up, we want to avoid the white paint on the RFG and minimize loading into the flat face of the clamshell.
All right, it's copy. Everyone copy. Think that's enough, Steve, or? Yeah, you gotta twist it on there. Tuck it back through again, then twist it on itself.
As our spacewalkers begin work on removing the radio frequency group as part of the S-band antenna, if you look in the background at beautiful Earth, just above it is our moon.
I'll twist it.
And Sultan, once you get on there, or once you get that on there, you can kind of put your hands on the clamshell and assess how much it moves on the antenna itself. This will be where Steve is holding the RFG when we feed it into the airlock.
I'll try to do a better job of typing this. I think Steve. Just take the open end and tuck it around it 3 times. Just tuck it in and around it and fold it down. So bring it back out. No, you don't have to do that. I'll do a flap maybe. Okay, that's fine. That will help. I think you need to tuck it back through at least one more time. Sure.
And Steve, by your left hand, there's kind of a Velcro seam along the RFG. You can open that up, getting ready to peel it back whenever you're ready.
Okay, that's all good. All right, you can get the last 2 quarter turns there on this side. You'll do that. Yeah, I can't quite reach them.
And Sultan, your next step, you can retrieve the EVA scissors from the crew lock bag 1, and we'll be cutting the MLI strap.
All right, copy in on work.
And Steve, we'll have you stand by on the MLI until we get the strap cut.
Okay.
As we get that MLI open, reminder to those of you that we've seen some MMOD strikes on the RFG, and so we want to minimize touching any potential MMOD strike areas and that Z93 paint area.
Okay, let me know my APFR settings. I'll make sure I'm good there. Let's
APFR settings 12, Papa Papa, Fox 6.
All right, I think I'm there. Okay, I have my scissors, EVA scissors in hand. This is my location for the cut.
Copy, Sultan. And when you're at the clamshell, can you give us any words on how snug the clamshell is on the RFG antenna?
But the wire tie is tight, and I don't think it's like a proper grabbing point, but it's definitely closed with the wire tie. Best effort, and it's tight. But it is rotating. If I do that, it does rotate.
Okay, with that then, Sultan, we are go for you to cut the MLI strap nearest the clamshell that connects the clamshell to the tent.
All right, we'll do that. Cut near the clamshell.
The first step in removing the radio frequency group is to remove the MLI, the multi-layer insulation that has protected the hardware. The RFG was not designed to be retrieved during an EVA.
That you did get the small end of the large small on the handrail, correct?
It is, but the large hook is still free. Where do I need to put it?
Okay, copy. Yeah, the small hook on the handrail. And then we have a request for you to close the EMU scissors, or the scissors, until you're ready to use them.
Copy, I'm ready to use them.
Okay, you're going to cut that MLI, and we're about 15 seconds from a handover.
All right, copy.
We are back with you on voice, waiting on video.
No problem, and MLI is cut. Waiting for words on that. It is cut and with no part, no residue on the both sides. Just a small flap on the RFG clamshell.
All right, copy. You can stow the EVA scissors in the crew lock bag, and I hope that was fun. We rarely get to cut things on EVA. And your next step is going to be removing the MLI tent and attaching it to that large ret that you have staged.
Right.
Steve, we're going to have you move toward the arm and have you start performing your safety tether swap and getting ready for ingress.
Okay, let's talk me through that real quick. Sure I'm doing it right.
Yes. So for the safety tether swap, you want to make sure your waist tether is down. And your first step is to lock your green tether reel.
Lock green. Green is locked.
Copy, green is locked. Check that your green hook gate is closed and the hook is locked.
My green hook gate is closed and locked.
You can now relocate your yellow hook to the SSRMS handrail tether point.
Okay, going on to the yellow hook is going to the SSRMS. We'll put it on the forward handrail tether point. That's gate closed, slider locked.
Copy, gate closed, hook locked on the yellow on the handrail tether point. Your next step is to attach your green hook to ESP2 handrail 8011.
8011 green hook, that's in work. All right, 8011.
Copy, green hook.
Installed.
Copy the green hook on 8011, and you can unlock the green tether reel.
Unlock green tether reel.
And when you do that, you want to verify that the tether reel and the cable are clear of the RFG removal path.
That will be probably once I get the weight on that side clear of it.
3 hours and 35 minutes.
I've got my right safety tether, my right waist tether, 8011. I'm going to lock it. I'm going to undo my red hook from my left steering suspender and put it on the other side of the green hook. No, actually, I can just undo the green hook. Never mind. Now undo the green hook again, put it on the other side of my red hook.
Yeah, that's where we're just getting to. If we leave your load path, and then we can just redo the green hook.
Yep, I agree with you. Sometimes I have to think a little bit harder than I have been, I guess.
And with that, Steve, that completes the safety tether swap procedure. So you can just verify your load path is clear. Your next step is going to be to ingress the APFR. Sultan, we see you opening and restraining the 10 MLI. And let us know when you have that on the large hook of the large small red.
It is attached already to the Velcro loop. Just want to work this more in a low profile for the removal and the NZGL operation.
Copy, good words. And would also take a baseline inspection when you have a chance of the white paint on the RFG from what you both can see.
All right, copy.
All right, I feel much better about that.
As Steve Bowen prepares to ingress the articulating portable foot restraint, Sultan Alneyadi is removing some multi-layer insulation from the S-band antenna. This will allow them to more easily access and remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, which will be taken inside the space station.
For Steve, as you get to the ingress, you're going to make sure your tools and tethers are clear, that the ingress aid is stowed, and you can attach your waist tether to the ingress aid.
Okay, my waist tether is attached to the ingress aid. I'm going to detach myself from ESP2 and ingress the APFR.
Copy. And Sultan, when you're complete with the baseline inspection, we'll take any words on any damage or flaking that you may see, and then we'll go for the cables.
All right, stand by and in work. And I do see some MOD stripes. The one it was shown in the pictures right in front of me, just left of the J1 connection. I do see just smaller ones all around. I don't know if you see my camera view. Just tiny, maybe.
We see a little bit in your camera. If you look up a little bit more, we've got a good view of the rest of the box from Steve's camera. Yeah, that's a good inspection. We appreciate that, Sultan. So you're now go to demate the SASA cables from the RFG and give us an inspection. That's going to be the P9 from the J9 and the P1 from the J1. And then you're going to get the caps from the crew lock bag and cap both ends.
All right, we'll do that. J9 from P9 and then J1 from P1. Thanks.
That's correct.
Okay, and I have ingressed the APFR. I think I'm ingressed the APFR. All my tethers are clear of ESP, and I think I'm ready to go to the removal position.
Yep, and from Steve, we'll get a glove and a hap check from you. But before we take the comm for Robo, Sultan, are you good for your next couple steps? You're going to demate those cables. You're going to retrieve the cap keeper from the crew lock bag, and then you're going to put the caps and the plugs on both cable ends and both box connections.
Absolutely, and I did demate G9 and P9, and I see no fault, good fans, and good MI bands. Never back, fully forward, fully backward, over center. Demating the other one, do a quick inspection, then you can translate to Steve.
And Steve, if you want to give a double check on your feet on the APFR, we thought we might have seen a little bit of movement on your left heel. Correction, right heel. Right heel.
I was checking it. I was trying to play with it.
Right, and same thing here on the K1, B1, good pins, no fault, good EMI bands, ready to cover all of these.
Okay, Sultan, you are go to get all the caps, and we'll get words on those after we move the arm. And so for Steve, did you get your glove and hap check?
Hey, glove's good, happens check.
All right, Steve, you can you have the comms to give Frank the go to GCA to the RFG retrieval position.
I'm going to try and get my right foot back in first. That feels good. Okay, Frank. I need to go station forward 30 centimeters I gave you, and then you can go GTA to the RFG removal position.
Steve, we copy. Brakes are coming off. Begin GCA to published. We'll start with that 30 centimeters station forward, follow it up with 70 centimeters station starboard. Starting motion station forward.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Actually, sorry, stand by one. We got to set up one thing.
Okay.
That's the voice of NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, who will be controlling the Canadarm2 as he begins to relocate Steve Bowen on the end of the Canadarm2. It'll put him in a proper position to remove some bolts that are on the RFG. Sultan in the background has demated 2 cables from the radio frequency group and is installing caps to protect them for future use.
Steve, we're starting motion station forward for 24 centimeters.
That sounds good. I'm ready. Be good motion.
Be good motion. Okay, Steve, starting motion station starboard for 70 centimeters.
That looks like good motion.
Good motion.
Stop motion.
Motion.
Okay, let me take a look. I think I need about 20 centimeters station starboard, and then 20 centimeters station see. You were going starboard, right? So station later.
Okay, Steve, we copy 20 more centimeters, continue station starboard, and then 20 centimeters station nadir.
I think that'll do it.
All right, start in motion, station starboard.
Motion.
Copy, good motion.
Actually, station Zenith. I'm sorry, I had that backwards since I'm upside down.
Okay, Steve, we copy station Zenith. That should be towards your feet and your left side.
Thank you.
Starting motion, station Zenith.
Great motion.
Copy, good motion.
You can stop motion there.
Copy, hold position.
And you put brakes on. That's a great position. Thank you.
We copy, GCA complete, stand by for brakes. Steve, brakes are on, your go for RFG bolt release.
All right. Thank you.
And we copy that the brakes are back on. So Steve, big picture, when Sultan is done installing the caps, he's going to hand you a large small ret. And you're going to put that large small ret onto the RFG, and then you're going to be driving the bolts.
I understand.
Some acronym breakdown for you. Steve Bowen will be receiving. He will be attaching a retractable equipment tether to the radio frequency group, since that will soon be released from the space station. He'll be using a PGT or pistol grip tool to release 8 structural bolts. After those have been released, he will release 1 jacking bolt. Sultan Alneyadi is meanwhile finishing up removing some of those cables from the S-band to the RFG itself and installing caps, as those will be reinstalled in the future once the RFG is replaced.
I'm finishing the last cap. For some reason it's not getting as I expected.
We copy.
And one cap is installed on J1. The other one is looking for a better alignment here.
We copy. And Sultan, if it gives you a little more workspace, you can take the hook off of the cap that you have installed.
Right, copy. Okay, both caps installed. Full test. Releasing the hooks.
Nicely done. So you can release those hooks, and the caddy is going to go back to the crew lock bag. And then when you're the crew lock bag, you can pick up 2 large small rets, and you'll be handing one of those over to Steve. And we can have Steve start to drive bolts while Sultan continues to tack down the cables. And Steve, just a reminder for you that you do have the page in your cuff if you want to take a look at the orientation. But in general, if you look at the bolts, the middle jacking bolt is bolt E. And then just to the left of that is F. And F is going to be the first one that you do. And then you're going to go basically one left, one right, two left, two right, all the way to the ends.
Copy.
Yep, that is good. And then hopefully we won't need to know this, but if you look to the left of the leftmost bolt and to the right of the rightmost bolt is where you'd see the spring plungers kind of perpendicular to the bolts. Pretty small little spring plungers.
Those guys.
Yeah, that's a good spot. And one more orientation note for you, Steve. When you go to remove it, I know we talked about this a lot in the conferences, but the motion that you'll want to do is kind of a yawing motion where you would push slightly with your right and pull with your left and then vice versa. So just a real slight yaw onto the RFG as you pull.
Copy. Just keep it basically flat. Don't lift it till it clears. And we should be able to pull it basically straight back out.
Yep, we agree with those words.
I think I've got enough flow here to get it out. I think you're ready, Steve. Yep, just waiting on the long duration, the large flow. Bring it.
This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Again, this is Bowen's 8th spacewalk, using his handheld camera to take some photos of the hardware and maybe even Earth below. The International Space Station is currently flying at 260 statute miles over Paraguay.
Give you a small hook. Copy. I have the small hook. And now let me get that in place. Okay, I have a small hook on. Release the large hook. Thank you. The large hook is going on the RFG. Back in place.
Yeah, we see that the large small is on the RFG. So for Sultan, you can move back to the Kulak bag, and actually we need actually not quite yet. So we're going to have you secure the stanchion cables P1 and P9 to the stanchion with a wire tie, and then you can stow the cap keeper there in Kulak bag 1.
Okay, copy.
And for Steve, we are ready to drive the bolts. Just a reminder around the RFG to watch for sharp edges. Your PGT settings are Bravo 1, counter 2.
All right, let me get the cal check down here. Powering on. The cal. Motor. Get the cal pass. The test is good. And 41.17 volts. Sound right? All right, 41.17 volts. Anyone looking for what now?
You want to set Bravo 1, counter 2.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. Okay, got Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. And the fifth bolt from the left is the fourth bolt from the right.
Yep, so it'll be the fourth bolt from the left will be your first one. So F1, it's going to be one to the left of the jacking bolt.
Okay, so they're numbered A through A from the right. Okay, one to the left of the jacking bolt. And I'm starting at how many turns?
That's correct, and you should expect about 6.8 to 12.8 turns.
Okay, that's in work. First bolt is 7.
Again, Steve Bowen will release 8 of these structural bolts. He's using the PGT, or the pistol grip tool. It's essentially a drill. And it helps for him to be in the articulating portable foot restraint that's mounted to the Canadarm 2, so that he has some...
Like the heel coil's coming out. It is loose and clear now, though. Maybe that's just the spring. Must just be the spring. Spring clear on Foxtrot. I'm ready for Delta.
Copy. We are ready for Delta.
That was 12.0 turns.
Copy. 12.0.
Hear that? Back to counterclockwise 2, going for Delta.
Concur.
Having stable footing during these turns keeps Bowen from rotating with the drill.
All right. That was 12.0 turns as well.
Copy. 12.0 on bolt Delta. So you go for block Golf, third from the left.
Third from the left didn't work. Yeah, that feels like it's clear as well. And another 12 turns. All right.
Copy. Another 12 turns for block Golf. Your next will be block Charlie, third from the right.
All right. And I got 10.4 turns there on Charlie. And now I'm over to Hotel.
We concur. And copy 10.4 on Charlie and Hotel. On to Hotel.
And 10.5 turns on Hotel. Bravo. Next.
Good words. Bolt Bravo, and we copied 10.5 on Bolt Hotel.
We're now 4 hours since the start of today's spacewalk. Steve Bowen now helping release 8 bolts. That will help remove the RFG, the radio frequency group.
NVGL cables, you want them anywhere in the stanchion?
Yes, Sultan, you can go anywhere onto that stanchion so that they're secure and clear of the RFG removal path.
And 12 turns. And now to India.
And Sultan, just to clarify my last, we want those cables tacked down to anywhere that's on the same structure as the RFG.
Understood. It's going to be on the same stanchion that's carrying the RFG.
Copy.
Turning on me, sorry about that. Somewhere around 12 turns. Hey. Alpha.
And we copy that you're on to Alpha.
I got 13 turns there. Please check all the strings.
We copy all the bolts and
It's Charlie. I figure out which one's my Charlie and this one and golf might be worth another chart or two if that's okay.
And Steve, we are good with that if you want to put a couple of turns into golf.
All right. And they all seem run out. They all push back. Okay. That's good. I think I'm ready for Echo.
Okay, and we're going to stand by one and get Sultan in a position to monitor.
Bowen has released all 8 structural bolts from the radio frequency group.
And so, Sultan, we'd like you to move into position to see the aft side of the RFG during removal. Reminder for both of you is that after the center jacking bolt is released, we only want to pull the RFG towards Steve, not up. And to beware of sharp edges on the stanchion mounting plate and the RFG base once that RFG is removed.
All right, I copy all, and just give me a second, Steve, to position yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, stand by.
This view from Sultan Alneyadi's helmet camera, who's moving into position to help with the removal of the RFG. Bowen will remove one more bolt, known as the jacking bolt. The hardware will then only be in soft dock.
And if you're okay with this, if they're okay with this, I'd like to move the big hook to my right-hand side, just to make it easier when I go to grab the
and Steve, you are go to move that.
Thank you.
Sultan, for your positioning, we specifically want you to look at the aft side of the RFG where that soft dock catch is and monitor it tracking.
Right. To position myself here. Give me a second.
No worries. And we'll have time to tack down those cables once the RFG is removed.
Understood. Okay, Steve, I have the apps view of the RFG. You are go to release. Okay.
And we concur, and Steve, just one note, you're about 8 minutes to a sunset if you need to reconfigure anything before you have your hands full.
I think I'll be okay, and what about settings again?
Okay, so for releasing the RFG center jacking bolt, you are go to release that. It's the same settings, Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2, and you're expecting about 24.5 to 30.5 turns.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2, 24 to 30.5 turns. That's going in work. All right. All right, getting turns. Okay, torqued out at 4.64 turns at 12.1 pounds.
And we copy, standby 1. All right, Steve, as you can imagine, this puts us in a crib sheet, so we are going to run you through the steps here. The first thing we want you to do is, and you got to give a good call, but just re-verify that all of the structural bolts are fully released, that they're spring-loaded and should free spin and pop up.
All right, let me put my ET away, and I'll double-check all those. Okay.
And Sultan, as he drove that jacking bolt, did you see any movement on the soft dock cap?
Negative. To me, it was the same, and I didn't see any apparent motion.
Yeah, everything seems loose.
Okay, copy.
All right, and I think everything's loose. Good spring on each one of them. Obviously, sometimes hard to tell when you can't turn. But, yeah, they all seem to spin, actually.
Okay, Steve, so we're going to have you re-verify that the socket is fully engaged, and we're going to re-attempt a release with the same settings, Bravo 1, counter 2.
Hey, Bravo 1, counter 2. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. It is fully seated. And torque that with a 2 additional turns.
We copy it torqued out. Standby 1. And we're going to talk about this for just a minute.
Okay.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Alneyadi are on their first spacewalk together, the fourth of the year.
And still no words for you quite yet, but just for your awareness that we're talking about it because with the low turn count that we did get on the jacking bolt, it tells us that it's still engaged in the aft section. So we were talking about our next steps.
I agree. Yep.
The spacewalk began 4 hours and 10 minutes ago, and the astronauts are on their second major task, which is to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from the S-band antenna. The RFG is the computer and electronics that control the S-band system. Bowen just released 8 structural bolts and is working to remove the one jacking bolt. Bowen was able to execute fewer turns than were expected when using the pistol grip tool.
We're going to have you put your PGT on Bravo 1 clockwise too. So we're going to basically drive it in a little bit and then reattempt a nominal release torque. So we're going to drive the bolt only one turn on Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Okay. Okay, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. You do one turn.
Good words.
That's fully seated. And it torqued. And it torqued out at 12.0 as well. And those 0.004 turns.
Okay, we understand that it only went 0.004 and torqued out. Checking. And we're about 20 seconds to handover, so you might want to take a picture. We're going to have to talk about this for a sec.
This view from Mission Control Houston as we are in a satellite handover during the spacewalk. Teams here are troubleshooting the removal of the RFG, the radio frequency group that Bowen is working on. He's using the pistol grip tool to remove a jacking bolt that has given fewer turns than expected. Teams previously have outlined several different ways they can troubleshoot this, so they are working through those right now.
Already. That's correct.
We are back with you after the handover, but we are still chatting.
Okay.
And Sultan, while we're waiting for words, you can go ahead and finish tacking down those cables if you'd like.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Steve, here's the plan. We talked earlier about kind of the yaw motion to wiggle the RFG. So this is where you're going to gently push on your left and pull on your right, and then vice versa to see if there's any bit of play. It's really critical right here that we don't go up and down. So you only want to go left and right with a slight yaw. And once you've worked that a little bit, we're going to reattempt.
I see no play.
Copy, we understand no play.
Right and left, see no play. No play.
Copy, we're going to have you reattempt one more time of the nominal release, Bravo 1, counter 2.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2.
Good read back.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. No joy. I got 0.1, 12.4 pounds torque out.
Okay, we copy, Steve. Stand by 1.
Coming up on 4 hours and 20 minutes into the spacewalk, again, Steve Bowen working to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, part of the S-band antenna. One jacking bolt is being quite stubborn. Teams here helping troubleshoot next steps for Bowen as he uses the pistol grip tool to release the RFG from its stanchion.
And Steve, just letting you know, we are still talking about it. This is kind of a unique case that puts us in between a few things, so we'll get words back to you in just a minute.
I understand.
I am sure you do. And Sultan, we still don't have our next steps, but it may include the pry bar. So just to save a little time, we'd like you to retrieve the pry bar from crew lock bag 1.
I understand, and I think I'll stand by for those cables because I don't have a good reach under this tension, but under RFQ without touching it. So I'll stand by for that and I'll prepare the pry bar.
Good plan, Sultan. Thanks. And for both crew, while we continue to talk about this, we'd like to take a glove and HEP check. And for your awareness, at the time-based 1, you're about 4.5 hours PET.
Copy. Copy. And if you want good gloves, half is dry. And for EV2, no change on the gloves, all the same, and half is still dry.
Copy. Thank you both.
Sultan, is there even a lip you can get that pry bar into back there?
I think so, yes.
Okay. It hasn't backed off any that we can tell, that I can tell anyway.
But will it work without removing the jack and bolts?
I don't know.
You guys are talking about what everybody down here is talking about, but stand by 1.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the next steps that we're going to try. Sultan, you guys are kind of reading our minds up there. We're going to have you go to the aft side of the RFG with that pry bar. And what we're going to do is we're going to line the pry bar up in the middle of the RFG with a small end, and let us know if you can get, if there's a lip or like a catch. You want to put the kind of the tooth of the pry bar down, and then so that when you lift up on it, it'll push forward on the RFG only in the direction of the bolts.
I think I have a small lip here, and myself in a good orientation, and then how pry bar can be positioned.
Okay, and just to let you know, both the overall plan, we're going to see if we can get any push on that RFG. Once you see any movement at all, then you can stop what you're doing and we'll try that bolt again. And again, we want to make sure that you're in this as close to the center of the RFG as you can so we don't side load it. There is an alignment guide right in the middle of the RFG, so you're going to have to go just to one side of that. And when you do put the force into it, it's going to be a slow, steady force. We don't want any impulsing.
Right, copy.
Yeah, and just a little further words, we don't want any kind of impulse hits on it. And the limit is about 75 pounds, but just a nice smooth turn on the crowbar or the pry bar to see if you can get that pushed.
Yeah, I think it's positioned very well, but my orientation is not great for flying full force. I did push a little bit, and it did not move.
Okay, Sultan, then you can reposition as you see fit to make sure we're getting a good force impulse or press smoothly onto the aft side of it. And Sultan, if it's easier at the work site, you can release one of the, it looks like there's 2 rets on the pry bar.
Okay. Right. It's not moving. I'm going to force it too much.
Okay, we copy, Sultan.
Negative motion, nothing.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Steve, we are going to have you try one more time, Bravo 1, counter 2 on the jacking bolt. Sultan, we want you to stay clear of the aft side and just observe. We don't want the pry bar in there at all.
Okay. Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2, bolt E. All right, I got 0.15 turns and torque down 12.4.
Okay, we copy. Okay, Steve, we're going to try one more time driving in the bolt one turn. So it's going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2, one turn only.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, I need the cow, hold on. Test 3.1 volts. Okay, so clockwise 2, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Is that correct? One turn.
Yeah, and that's correct. Driving in clockwise, one turn.
Okay, here we go. Worked out at 0.11 turns. 4.0 about.
Okay, Steve, and we're going to go Bravo 1, counter 2, again to reattempt.
Bravo 1, counter 2, reattempt. Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. Alright. 0.11 turns, 12.3 foot-pounds.
Yeah, we copy that, Steve, and we're going to talk about it for another minute.
Absolutely.
We're over 4.5 hours into today's spacewalk. Our two astronauts, Steve Bowen, this is from his helmet camera view right here, and Sultan Alneyadi have completed the first major task of the day, which was to route some cables that will be used on future iROSAs, some rollout solar arrays that will be installed later this year, as well as to secure some multi-layer insulation around the hardware in that area. They've moved on to the second major task of the day, which is to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from the S-band antenna. Bowen has removed.
Okay, gentlemen, the next step that we're going to take is we're going to coordinate those two movements. So, Sultan, we're going to have you place the pry bar where you had it before, and Steve, you're going to reattempt to disengage with a nominal torque of Bravo 1, counter 2, and then coordinate your movements so that Sultan is pushing on the back at the same time that Steve is driving the bolt.
All right, Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. And, John, if you're ready. Okay, hold on. Let me get clear. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I torqued out again.
And no motion here.
0.7.16 turns.
We copy. Stand by 1.
The RFG was not designed to be removed during a spacewalk. And there's one bolt that's giving the astronauts trouble right now, so teams on the ground are helping them step through some additional procedures that may help them remove this piece of hardware. The goal is for the team to remove the hardware, bring it inside the space station, and eventually return it to Earth for refurbishment before it is launched back again.
"20 seconds to handover, and we are still talking about this one."
Okay.
We are still with you both, and we're still talking it.
Okay.
Again, this view live inside Mission Control Houston as NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and UAE astronaut Sultan Alneyadi are on a spacewalk today outside the International Space Station. Right now they're troubleshooting the removal of the RFG, the radio frequency group. This is the brains, essentially, of the orbital replacement unit on the S-band system. It contains the computer and electronics that control it. We're looking to remove this piece of hardware that you can see from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera, bring it inside the space station for eventual refurbishment.
Okay, the next step that we're going to have you both try is a combination of the pry bar on the back with Sultan and then the wiggle on the front with you, Steve. We're thinking that we need to overcome a little bit of stiction between the RFG and the mounting plate. And so some gentle yawing at the same time as we use the pry bar on the back.
Okay, tell me when you're in position, Sultan. One. Just get in a good position where you can be steady, with a steady push. Three. Okay, I'm in position. Okay, we'll start yawing. Left, right. Seeing no motion. Are you seeing anything? Oh. Okay, good steady push on it. I am. Yeah, it looks like it. You can see your reflection in your helmet, by the way. Behind there. I'm seeing nothing. Continuing to yaw.
Okay, we copied no motion. So the next step, Sultan, I know we have talked about not lifting up the RFG, but it's stuck in the position that we're at. That's kind of our next best option. So Sultan, we're going to have you flip the pry bar around and put the long edge just under the RFG and gently try to lift slightly up on the RFG. And what we're trying to do is exercise some of that stiction between the RFG and the stanchion plate.
All right, copy you, put that in work. Wrong side.
And just to clarify, no action for you on this one, Steve.
I'm just standing back there and watching. On both sides.
And Sultan, those are good motions, and we'll just have you continue that all the way out to the edges of the box. And Steve, just so you can be ready, after he's exercised the full length of the RFG, we'll have you attempt re-release on Bravo 1, Canter 2, one more time. And you guys are about 3 minutes.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2.
Those are good words. And you're about 3 minutes from a sunrise. And just so you know, we are watching the timeline. We have a few more minutes to troubleshoot before we'll have to move on.
Copy. Okay, try this in all stations at the back. Go, Steve. Okay.
All right, and Steve, you are go to reattempt the center jacking bolt, Bravo 1, counter 2.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2, work center jacking bolt. Fully seated. That torque. Got a good green light. 12.3 turns, 0.3 turns. 0.3 per pound, 0.3 turns.
We copy. Stand by 1. Okay, big picture on the potential next steps. We're not taking the action yet, but there's a couple of associated words here. So the next step is going to be to increase the PGT to Bravo 7. And note that the PGT will it'll ramp up the torque that it puts into the bolt until it starts moving. There is a warning associated that this is going to be above the failure torque of the bolt. Increasing in the torque may break the bolt, presenting loose hardware and potential sharp edges at the bolt interface on both the RFG and the stanchion, so be prepared for FOD with a small trash bag and avoid contact with the bolt interface.
Copy. Okay, no copies.
And stand by 1. I will call you when we want to take that next step.
Coming up on 4 hours and 50 minutes into the spacewalk, we have an orbital sunrise on the International Space Station. Station flying 262 statute miles over the Sea of Japan. This view coming from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, NASA astronaut on his 8th spacewalk today. Teams here on the ground are working to troubleshoot a stuck bolt on this RFG, radio frequency group, that the teams are trying to remove. And we are still talking about it before we take this next step.
Absolutely.
A little more forward, just off the button. Have a good one. Thank you.
Okay, Steve and Sultan, here's the plan. Steve, we are going to have you do Bravo 7, counter 2. Sultan, at the same time, we're going to have you gently push with a pry bar on the back side. And keep in mind that the PGT is only going to put in as much force as needed to start driving that bolt. So if you get an indication that the bolt is broken, as in it's free spinning and the box is not moving anywhere, go ahead and stop. Sultan, as soon as you see motion on the box, stop pushing with a pry bar.
I copy all. I copy all as well. All right. Good morning, Steve. Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. Is that correct? Okay, get good position on this. I'm getting close. Oh, it broke. And let it.
Yep, and we see that.
Try to collect. I'm not going to try to catch the washers.
And Steve, did you see where the bolt head went, or did that stay captive on your PGT?
Not yet. I haven't checked the end of the PGT yet. All right.
Copy.
Oh. It was at the end of the PGT. I have the bolt head in hand. Put it in my trash bag. One washer was going forward zenith direction, and it wasn't setting anything. They went zenith and forward of the station. There is one on your left.
Okay, we copy your tracking, Sultan. Okay, we're going to need a minute to talk about this one. If you see any loose items, please let us know where you see them going. If you don't catch them, we'll take those words, and we're going to talk about this one for a minute.
All right, I put the bolt head in the trash bag. Nope, I had it. And then there is a washer just on top of Steve's helmet. Slowly, I don't know if you can see it. Okay, I'm trying to get, I can't even get this thing through the bristles on the trash bag. Hold on. All right, it's in the trash bag. So where's another one? It's right on top of your helmet. You can't reach it. Bring it slowly away. Do a torque control gap. Yeah, just for your record.
And Steve, did you get everything?
20.4. 20.9 on the actual torque, and I got the bolt head stowed in the trash bag, and you can see where it's sheared off at the base of the white part of the bolt.
Okay, we copy that. That was expected. And once you get things stowed, if you give us a good glove and hap check due to the sharp edges, or sorry, glove check due to the sharp edges, and we're talking about next steps.
Okay. Well, good. Right glove is good. Both gloves are good. Might be a small bump on the RTV on my right glove. Can't tell if it's a. It hasn't penetrated RTV. Might need to get inside. Well, might need to take a look at that later on.
Okay, we copy the spot on the RTV on the right glove, and you believe it's limited to just the RTV.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good word, Steve. We're obviously talking about this one a little bit. Big picture, we're at 5 hours of PET.
Understand.
And we are 5 hours into today's spacewalk. This view from helmet camera of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He and Sultan Alneyadi, UAE astronaut, are working to remove the
Sultan, we're going to have you use the pry bar to put some pressure on the back of the box, while Steve, we're going to have you pull it. You could do the gentle left-right wiggle, but we're going to see if by chance this might have been released.
All right, we'll give it a shot.
Hey, we're doing yours, Steve.
All right, 3, 2, 1. You steady. I'm going left, right, still no motion. Still push, left, right, left. And we're getting nothing there.
We copy.
The two astronauts have been working to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group. However, there was one bolt that was stuck and not allowing them to remove it from the stanchion. That bolt broke during troubleshooting procedures, and teams are now looking through future steps for the rest of the spacewalk.
Okay, Sultan, we're going to have you head back to the staging bag in the airlock, and we're going to have you pick up the EVA hammer. We think that we might be able to loosen up the cling of the jacking bolt with the use of the EVA hammer. Again, that's in the staging bag in the airlock.
Thanks, copy.
Teams continue troubleshooting procedures here in Mission Control Houston and relaying those up to the astronauts. Sultan Alneyadi is going to retrieve another tool to attempt in helping remove the RFG from its stanchion. The 8 structural bolts released by Bowen all moved as planned. However, the one center jacking bolt would not remove and eventually sheared off. And a reminder, this hardware was not planned to be modified or serviced during a spacewalk, so the goal overall, though, is to have it removed, brought inside the space station, and returned to Earth for refurbishment ahead of another launch to the station. This hardware is part of the S-band system, which is our critical command and data link to and from the station. Obviously, we have redundancy in those services, otherwise we wouldn't have the communications that we do today. In this view from one of the cameras external on the space station, we have a great view of the Canadarm2, on which Steve Bowen is attached. At the top of your screen, that beautiful blue below is the North Pacific Ocean, the space station traveling 261 statute miles above and approximately 17,500 miles per hour, or 5 miles per second. Meanwhile, Emirati astronaut Sultan Alneyadi, on his first spacewalk, which is also the first spacewalk for an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates, has made his way back to the airlock to retrieve an additional tool to assist in troubleshooting with removal of the RFG.
And just status for you, Steve, as you hang out there, it does look like Sultan's in the staging bag in the airlock. We're going to use the EVA hammer on that soft dock catch that's on the back of the RFG.
A rare day when you get to use the EVA hammer.
We got to cut something, and now we're going to use a hammer. And when he uses a hammer on the back, we're going to let you kind of wiggle the RFG with the handles.
I will try.
Hey, Steve, as you're sitting there, we're talking about some of the FOD that was generated. Can you give us an idea of how many pieces of FOD you think? We're tracking a bolt and a washer. Did you see anything else?
I don't. I've got the bolt head. There were two washers that I saw. I don't think I saw much of anything else. But I caught the bolt head and the two washers. I thought I had one, but they seemed to have disappeared on me. I didn't see anything else. It was pretty quick.
Okay, it was a great catch, actually. So we did see you get the bolt head, and so we're just kind of thinking through where the washers could be specifically because you're close to the arm. Did you happen to see what direction the washers went in?
Well, kind of tracked both of them initially. If one of them was sitting on top of my head for a while, but it was drifting behind us shortly thereafter. He said I couldn't get it.
I agree. Two washers. The first one was immediately behind Steve and moving towards the arm. And the second one, it was moving slowly. It was turning station, that's orientation.
And a brief loss of signal with the International Space Station as teams were discussing with the astronauts some of the pieces from the radio frequency group that came apart whenever trying to remove it from its stanchion. We will regain communication shortly once satellites have handed over. Meanwhile, we are now 5 hours and 11 minutes into today's spacewalk. A recap so far, the first main task has been completed. That was to route some cables and secure some...
Head toward you, Steve.
Okay, we copy that the thermal cover is closed, and if you get a safer handle check.
Negative, not yet. Thermal cover is to be closed now.
Sorry, yes, we're with you on voice, and we don't quite have your video yet.
Both safer handles down.
Copy, both safer handles down. Thanks. And Sultan, as you get back out to the work site, we're going to have you take it the same position on the aft side of the RFG. When we use the hammer, we're going to be specifically using it on the soft dock catch.
Okay, I'm back in position.
Okay, copy. So you can see kind of out by your left hand is the soft dock catch. It's that little gold square that sticks out from just above the stanchion. And we want you to position so that you can hit that with the hammer, but that if you happen to miss it, you're biased down toward the stanchion side. There's a thin piece of MLI that protects that stanchion, and we do not want to strike the box with a hammer, so we want to make sure that you're in a good position to get the soft dock catch or slightly biased below it.
Copy all. Both. Do you have a specific side of the hammer? Rubber side or the metal side?
And Sultan, yeah, the black side on there, the rubber edge, the non-metal side.
Moving. I don't see any motion.
Okay, we copy.
This view from the helmet camera of Sultan Alneyadi.
And Sultan, can you verify that neither the soft catch nor the box are moving?
Get it. Well, soft dock is wiggling up and down, but not forward and aft. And there is like a dark line it's for an alignment, and that is not moving as well. And no forward motion.
Okay, we copy.
This view, a rare use of the EVA hammer, as the astronauts attempt to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from its stanchion.
Okay, we copy. Thanks for the try. You can go ahead and stow that tool. You can just put it in the crew lock bag or on your MWS, whichever you prefer. And we are talking steps to reinstall the RFG.
Copy. Copy.
Again, the RFG that the astronauts are working to remove was never intended to be serviced during a spacewalk. Steve Bowen was able to remove the 8 structural bolts, but had issues with the 1 jacking bolt still keeping the hardware attached to its stanchion. That bolt head sheared off during troubleshooting procedures.
Okay, Sultan, you can continue cleaning up that aft work site there. Steve, we're going to have you redrive the bolts in. So you know this is going to be one of those iterative bolt processes where you're going to drive it for 5 turns, and then we're going to look at the running torque and then give you a final torque. The first bolt we're going to start with is the far left bolt, Bolt Juliet. Your settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and we want you to drive for 5 turns, and it's important to not release the PG2 trigger until 5 turns, and then let us know the peak running torque.
Okay. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Going 5 turns to get peak running torque. Going all the way to the left at Juliet.
Good readback.
Okay. Okay, starting turns. Going clockwise.
Because the RFG will...
And I got an actual running torque of 0. I'm not sure it's... Let me take a look, see if it's bit. It looks like it's bit at all.
We copy.
Well, maybe it has. It doesn't seem as far out as the others. It has definitely gone in. I just have 0 running torque. It must have just entered.
We copy. Stand by.
The RFG was unable to be removed as intended today. Therefore, Steve Bowen will redrive the structural bolts to hold it in place.
Okay, Steve, with 0 running torque, we're going to have you put the PGT in ratchet clockwise and the MTL at 2.5 foot-pounds.
Ratchet clockwise, move the MTL to 2.5. Bye. All right, MTL's at 2.5. I'm ratchet clockwise. You ready for me to go to motor?
Yeah, so you should just, at this point, just ratchet clockwise.
So you want me to try and just ratchet this thing in? Okay.
And it will probably be an additional 5 turns, Steve. And for Sultan...
I'm not sure what I'm getting for turns.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I see that you're cleaning up the back. For your steps, we're talking about the cables. And I think that you had the wire tie around the cables, but you had not tacked them down to a handrail. Is that correct?
That's affirmative, yes.
Okay, if you can get those stowed on a stanchion with a wire tie, you can, and otherwise we'll have to reinstall them.
Right, the handrail outside of vent. Are we closing the tent anyway?
Checking.
All right, I'm almost there. All right, I think I'm breaking torque. Yep. That bolt is in. I don't know how many extra turns it was. Probably the 5.
Okay, Steve, we're going to do the same thing on Bolt Alpha. So we're going to start in Bravo 1. You have to reset the MTL to 12 foot-pounds. We'll go clockwise, too. Correction, 30.5.
Yay, MTL. Back to 30.5 on the MTL?
That's affirmative. And for Sultan, we'll end up kind of cleaning up everything back there. So your call on the cables, if you can tack them down out of the way, we will end up reinstalling that MLI.
I think if I just plug them under the RFG, they'll be secured. Plus, we'll get capped and we can cover with the tent. They'll be secured. They'll be in the tent.
We are good with that plan, Sultan.
A lot harder in gloves than it is in hand. All right, 30.5.
All right, good config. So we're Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 30.5. You're going to go on Bolt Alpha, 5 turns.
Bolt Alpha, 5 turns. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. All right. All right, manual ratchet. And we go to motor. I'm in motor. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. On Bolt Alpha, 5 turns.
Good settings, good bolt.
1. 5 turns. 5.06 turns. 0.0.
Okay, we copy. And the good news is you can now just go to Alpha 1 and drive it in to torque.
That is much better news than going back to MTL. Bravo Alpha 1, pushing to Alpha, verifying I'm at Alpha 1, and clockwise 2 still?
Affirmative, clockwise 2.
And I'm going to go till torque on Bolt Alpha.
Good words.
Here it comes.
Bowen is now driving the 8 structural bolts he was able to release earlier. In removing the RFG, we got stuck on the...
All right. out at 2.3 pounds at 4.90 turns.
Okay, we copy 2.3 and 4.9. And next we're going to go to the second in from the left, Bolt Hotel. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 5 turns.
Bravo 1, go back to Bravo. Clockwise 2, go 5 turns.
Okay, and Steve, actually standby 1. We don't need to do the iterative on this bolt, so you can go ahead and set it to Alpha 1, clockwise 2 to drive the whole way.
Okay, back to Alpha 1. Clockwise 2, they're driving all the way. All right, here comes whatever letter this is, second from the left. And starting turns. Timed out. And so let me recal. On. Cal. Cal pass. Grid LED test. 3.1 volts. Okay, so Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
And switch to work, correct? All right. All right, I got good torque, 2.5 pounds, 10.23 turns.
Okay, copy. We would like the same thing on Bolt Bravo, second one from the right.
Bolt Bravo.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2, Bolt Bravo.
Bowen continues to drive the structural bolts he was able to release earlier today. However, that center jacking bolt, which is now missing, was sheared off, and the RFG was still attached to its stanchion. Therefore, it will not be brought inside today. Redriving these bolts allows the RFG to remain secure outside the station.
2.4 foot-pounds, 10.77 turns.
Okay, we copy 10.77. Standby 1. Okay, Steve, we're going to have you do next is that the second 3 that we just drove straight in with Alpha 1, we're going to take your PGT back to ratchet, and we're going to rackage counterclockwise, and we're going to have you release it half a turn, and then after that we're going to have you ratchet all the way in just like you did on the far left bolt. So the first thing you want to do right now is put your PGT in ratchet counterclockwise, and we're going to release half a turn on each of the last 3 bolts you did.
Okay, I'm going to go ratchet counterclockwise, and I will release those 3 bolts I just drove, 1/2 of the turn.
That's good words. This is just to save you from having to go back and forth between regular and ratchet.
I appreciate it. All right. Turn.
Great turns, and you can do that on the other 2 as well.
All right, half turn. And last one. And will we change the MTL now?
Okay, so now you'll go ratchet clockwise with MTL 2.5.
Yeah, okay, change the MTL.
And Sultan, while you're waiting there, we'd like you to take your camera and get as many pictures of the backside of that RFG at different angles that you can.
Okay, going ratchet clockwise. MTL is at 2.5, and I'm going to probably give another half turn or so. Okay?
We concur.
Work. Yep, that was about half a turn, maybe a little bit more. And then coming back over here, the second last bolt. That was just about a half turn. Let me get the last of the 4. That was about half a turn as well. Okay, those 4 bolts are all manually set. The torque at 2.5 miles.
All right, good work. Thanks for that, Steve. You can stow your PGT.
Okay. Okay, PGT is stowed.
And Steve, you can release that large small ret.
That's complete.
We are 5 hours and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk. This view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. You're looking at the RFG, the radio frequency group. We were unable to remove that from its stanchion today. The plan was to bring it inside for future refurbishment. So the astronauts just bolted it back in place, so it will remain safe outside the space station.
Okay, big picture. We are going to be moving a few pages ahead of the procedure. Sultan will be working ESP2 cleanup, and Steve, you're going to be working SSRMS cleanup. And so let me know if this is a good egress position for you, or if you'd like to go to the published APFR egress position, in which case we'll hand you back to Robo.
I think I can get out here. I'm not sure I can remove the APFR from here, but I'll get out and then I'll assess.
Okay, copy. And for Sultan, we are going to be reinstalling that MLI, so you can retrieve the pre-staged large small ret that you used to tie that back. Looks like you're already in work, and we'll be putting that back over the RFG with the 10-quarter turn fasteners.
Yes, copy. Work.
The astronauts are stepping into their cleanup procedures.
Yeah, look at the... I'm definitely going to need to get a different position to remove the APFR. I can get my waist tether off of it. I'm still sticky tethered to it.
Steve Bowen on the left, wearing the red striped suit, is removing the articulating portable foot restraint from the Canadarm 2. Sultan Alneyadi on the right is going to be recovering the hardware that the teams were working to remove with that multi-layer insulation to keep it protected.
And for Steve, or actually Steve or Sultan, whoever's in a best position to do it, we also would like some still photos of the front side of that RFG where the broken bolt is. And for Steve, if you could give us a look at the lee, in and around the lee, we know that those two washers kind of floated off. We just want to make sure that they're not somewhere obvious around the end of our arm.
Okay. Can you see the lee now? You want me to get closer? I'll climb out on the APFR.
Okay. And Steve, it's your choice if you want to climb out there or wait till you take the APFR off.
All right. Well, there I am. I'm out on it. I don't know if that helps that much. Let me get back.
It's a pretty good shot with your helmet cam, actually.
That's what I was hoping. I can get I want to get a more direct on view, though. Not sure if that's a little bit better. Could have them reposition. I could look straight down the barrel if you want.
Yeah, and your call, Steve. If you don't see anything, any FOD in that area, then that's good with us.
I don't see any FOD. Can't check the. Well, that would have been in the wrong direction. Must have bounced. Can't see the wires that are immediately next to me, whatever face that is at this point. If that's aft. Yeah, I can't see the aft wire. Everything else is clear.
Okay, that's
Steve, we're ready to support GCA if you need it.
All right, actually, let me see if I can reach my safety. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely need to reposition to get this thing out. Woody, I don't know if you guys can pitch just the end effector aft. I'll show what direction that is and current coordinates, and then I can look straight down the barrel and we can see if there's anything on the stairs in the other mechanisms.
okay. That's a good report, Steve. We're going to get you moving off the arm, and if you want the Frank to move the arm to the published APFR egress and removal position, we just want you to be aware that your safety tether base is still there.
Yep. I agree. So, Woody, I'm ready for you to move the arm to the published VA egress position.
Okay, Steve, we copy. We're setting up for that now. For awareness, that's just about 22 centimeters station nadir.
Okay, I'm going to need to come. Go ahead.
Brakes are off.
Okay, I need about, I guess it was 20 centimeters aft, and then 20 centimeters, 40 centimeters starboard.
Steve, we copy 20 aft and 40 starboard. Stand by.
Is that correct? I'll make that port. I need toward me. I'm sorry. You get motion. Maybe I don't. I don't see motion. That was me. what have you got?
We're going to begin GCA, and we're going to start with your 20 centimeters of station nadir motion.
Okay.
Starting motion.
Take good motion nadir.
Copy, good motion.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg.
Your 40 centimeters of station port. Starting motion.
Thank you.
Hoberg is inside.
For a moment. Right. Stop here. Just stop there for a minute. Can you continue another 20, Woody?
Continue 20.
Thank
Station
you.
port.
Station port.
10 to your 20.
All right, that's a good position. Stop there.
Copy, hold position.
All right, and if I can get 20 centimeters aft.
20 centimeters station aft.
I've got the clearance.
Copy. Thanks for watching the clearance, Steve.
All right, you can stop motion there. That should do it, I hope.
Copy, hold position.
And you put the brakes on. I think we can get everything taken care of here.
Kiwi copy. GCA complete. Brakes are on.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and before we get into your tether swamp, a couple more words for Sultan and the cleanup. You're going to do those 10 quarter turn fasteners, and then you're going to be looking to stow the large small ret back into crew lock bag 1, and then we'll get ready for a crew lock bag 1 inventory. For Steve, we are ready for your safety tether swap, so when you have a local down, I will read you the steps when you're in position.
Okay, let me go. A bit better config here. All right, I have my right tether down, get close by the lock, and this is going through my left earring extender. Oh, yes. I will just do that directly. Actually, and let's do it, I got to pick up the green hook, and I'll transfer it out to...
Yep, I can read you the...
right behind me, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I got to get my... It is behind me.
And Steve, Sultan might be able to help out with that reel. Sultan, if you look to your left, you might be able to help Steve out with his reel.
To the red reel.
Right, copy. Done by Steve.
Okay.
Right. Six. Move body up now.
Body up.
Can you see your legs? There.
Is it off to my left now?
You're not.
Perfect, thank you. I'll make this a lot easier.
All right, great job. So, Steve, your first step is going to be to either lock or tether to the green tether reel.
We'll lock it and put a hook on the reel. Okay, got a large ret on it.
Okay, you can retrieve your green hook, and you're going to attach the green hook with the gate closed and hook locked to your red tether reel.
All right. That should work. The green hook is the red tether reel. That's complete.
Copy, and we want to lock that one.
It's locked.
Copy, the green hook is locked. You now go to release your yellow hook from the SSRMS handrail tether point.
All right, I can release the yellow hook. Get this off the green reel.
Astronauts Steve Bowen and Sultan Alneyadi are cleaning up their work sites. Alneyadi is reinstalling the multi-layer insulation over the S-band antenna group.
We're about 45 seconds to a handover, and Steve, once you get your yellow hook from the SSRMS handrail tether point, you're going to be attaching it to the green reel and ensuring that it's locked.
Copy.
We're in another handover of the tracking data and relay satellite system. The astronauts aboard the International Space Station began their spacewalk 5 hours and 53 minutes ago. This is a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. The first major task was completed flawlessly when the astronauts routed the iROSA cable bundle. They also installed and secured some multi-layer insulation on the mod kits where future iROSAs will be installed. The second major task today was to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from its stanchion. This is part of the S-band antenna. However, the crew ran into some trouble with one bolt that was stuck and eventually sheared off and were unable to remove it from the stanchion. Therefore, they re-secured it and have now moved into their cleanup tasks.
Alright, yellow hook and green, gate closed, slider locked. And I'm going to unlock my reels.
Okay, good word, Steve. We understand yellow hook is locked and on your green rail, and you unlocked it, so you do have good safety tether pack.
Alright, understand I have a good safety tether pack. Alright, let's see which way it goes here.
All right, Steve, your next step is going to be to retrieve the APFR from the arm and stow it on your BRT.
All right, we'll work next.
And Sultan, we see you working the MLI. We do have one delta step for you on the MLI. We're going to have to secure that clamshell down, so when you're at a stopping point, let me know, and I will give you words to go do that.
All right, 10 works, 10 works.
This is a view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he works to remove the articulating portable foot restraint from the cannon arm too.
We're already tracking, but we are going to continue these cleanup steps and head back inside.
Yep, understand. All right, copy.
You are approaching 6 hours PET.
Okay, Woody, I might need you to do something here and take the APFR, well, take the arm, station port, I'll take it station forward, take it station forward 30 centimeters, and then towards me, and that would be station 4. Correct, Woody?
Steve, we copy. The brakes are off. Begin GCA. We're going to start with a motion station forward 30 centimeters, and then we'll come station port.
Thank you.
Starting motion, station forward.
Good motion. Continue motion.
Continue. 15 to go.
Continue to another 20.
Copy, continue another 20. Ten to go.
You can stop at that 10.
Okay, copy, Steve. That's your 20 now. 30 centimeter station port.
Yep, get 30 centimeter station port, and then we'll assess from there.
Okay, Steve, starting motion. 30 centimeter station port.
All right, I'm watching.
Fifteen to go. Steve, that's your 30.
All right, let me look. And we're going to need you to continue another 40 centimeters.
Steve, we copy additional 40 centimeters station port, starting motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
6 hours since the start of the spacewalk, NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg inside the space station is maneuvering the Canadarm2. The astronauts outside are working through their cleanup tasks and preparing to ingress after those are complete.
Steve, that's your 40.
Okay. Stop there and then bring me station aft, 30 centimeters.
We copy station aft, 30 centimeters. Starting motion. Seen to go.
And you stop at that 15.
And Steve, that's your 30 centimeters complete.
Thank you, perfect. If it breaks on, I'll take the APFR out from here.
Steve, we copy GCA complete.
All right, we copy?
Steve, brakes are on. Your go for APFR removal.
All right, Steve, you can get the APFR, Sultan.
And I'm ready for...
Perfect. I have words for you. So we're going to have you take an AET from your MWS, and we're going to go over to the clamshell MLI. So we basically need to recreate the strap that we cut earlier. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to have you loop the AET through the clamshell handrail. So it can't be a hook to the handrail. It's got to be looped through and then hooked to itself. And then you're going to take the hook end of the AET, and on the other side of the RFG from where you're at, there's some black seams along that Velcro seam, and you can hook the AET to that.
Okay, I don't see any black seams here on the side.
Yep, and it's just on the other side of that if you translate around to your left.
I mean the Steve side.
Yeah, good word. So it's over on Steve's side. It's kind of that Velcro seam. It's right along where that Velcro seam was that you buttoned up when you put it back on. And there should be some black loops.
Copy, I see it. I see it, and I'm just waiting for Steve to go ahead to fasten notice on that forward area.
Okay, the APFR is removed.
Okay, Steve, that's going to go on your BRT, and you're going to be heading out to the port CETA cart via the same path that you took this way, so over the lab to the gap spanner and up the struts. And you'll be picking up that fair lead that you left with the AET earlier on the lab struts.
All right, I'm putting that in work. Clear my tether for once.
And Steve, as you translate, we'd appreciate if you double check the ingress aid to make sure that it's retracted.
All right. All right, it's fully retracted and folded over. Thank you for asking, and thank you for checking.
Copy, Steve. Thank you for that. And you can head out to your fair lead on the lab strut.
And that's the lab strut fair lead.
And Sultan, you can just position that hook on one of those black tether loops, whichever one you think is the best fit. And then again, the AET is going to get looped through the clamshell handrail and then hooked back to itself.
All right, copy that and in work.
Steven Sultan, just for awareness, the robotic arm is going to be maneuvering station forward away from ESP2 to a park position.
And I copy. Thank you, Woody.
And thanks, copy. Thanks for the copy.
All right, stopping to pick up my fair lead.
We copy your picking up your fair lead.
Arm is starting motion, station forward.
Okay, adjustable equipment tether is installing the clamshell on one side and to the back group on the tent, the other two sides.
All right, good work, Sultan. We saw the same thing. We like that config. So we're going to have you head back over to crew lock bag 1. And there was a large small that you had pre-staged outside of that. We want to make sure that's back on the crew lock.
I didn't work in, but I need to do 2 more fasteners that I haven't done. In the port side.
And for big picture, Sultan, when you
go back in 3.
and yes, for Steve, you're going back into WIF 3, which is the top left.
All right. Thank you.
And your settings are 6 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Papa Papa Fox 6. Okay.
Good work. And for Sultan, as you get back to the crew lock bag, I'm going to have you check a couple items. We're not going to do a full crew lock bag inventory, but I'm going to have you check off a couple items that we used on the CBA.
And there a minute, your full view.
Bowen and Alneyadi continue cleanup procedures during today's spacewalk. As you can see, the articulating portable foot restraint has been removed from the Canadarm2. Meanwhile, Alneyadi has been covering the S-band antenna with the MLI that was removed prior to attempts to remove the RFG from its stanchion.
All right. I've got black on back, the good wiggle pull test, and 6 Papa Papa Fox 6. If I could still in place.
Okay, copy, Steve, and can you just double check the pitch knob is locked and it can be depressed?
Pitch knob is locked, and it can be depressed. The problem with this one is the collar or the whiff actuation mechanism. It again gave me the indications that it was locked, black on black, but it was not locked, and it wouldn't stay in place. And it was. I actually tried to take it back out, pushed it back in to get it to go black on black. So it's in now, but I don't have high confidence in the collar on this one. It was difficult to move the collar.
Okay, yeah, we copy. Thanks for those words, Steve, and we've got those notes down. So at this point, you are actually go to give me a glove and hap inspection, please.
Okay, let me get this right off the APFR.
For Sultan, we want you to double check on that crew lock bag that you picked up the large small that we had pre-staged on that handrail.
That's affirmative. It's hooked to the bag again.
Copy, and then we want you to verify that the hammer and the pry bar are in the crew lock bag.
We have got the hammer and the pry bar in the crew lock bag. And you can confirm from my view as well.
Okay, copy. And then the other last two things we want to check is the wire tie caddy and then the two wire ties in series that you had put together to use that we didn't use.
Okay, the wire tie caddy is inside, just checking for the wire
and you do not need to open the bag.
Last time I checked it in. I haven't used them under the wire caddy.
Okay, good word, Sultan. You're going to put that on your BRT, and then we're going to have you translate back over to where you installed the AET, and I'm going to have you do one quick adjustment on it on your way back to the airlock.
All right, copy and work.
All right, and I'd love to give my half-this try.
Copy, Steve. So you can translate off of the SETA cart, and as you do so, please depress the port SETA brake pedals twice as you go by, and then you can translate to the anchor hooks.
The port SETA brake, I go by. I will put that in work. Hey, depress twice.
And we copy the brake pedals. Thank you.
Want to get started as well?
And Steve, sure, we'll take it as you go by.
Okay, we're started.
And we are about 5 minutes from sunrise.
Okay, and we'll look back to our BRT, ready for shield extra work.
Yeah, so the AET, we had you loop one side on the clamshell, and then the other side we said to hook it. What we'd like you to do is just take that side that you hooked and unhook it and loop it through just like you did the other side. So therefore, both sides are looped through and hooked back to the AET itself.
Okay, I see. Thanks. I'll do that now.
And Steve, reminder, you're looking for mile marker 5760.
Yeah, I thought I could, maybe I could run down and put those other 2 bags back in the crew lock. Give Sultan one less thing to do. How does that sound for a plan?
With that? Yeah, copy. We're good with that plan.
Okay, yeah, head down there right now.
Okay, ET, loop back to itself, both sides.
We appreciate that, Sultan. And so now you can translate over to the airlock.
Copy.
So as you get back to the airlock, you can coordinate how you guys want to get things back in. We have crew lock bag 2 and crew lock bag 3 above the airlock toolboxes, and we have the GoPro on the side of the crew lock.
Copy that. All right, Sultan, I'm right here. I can hand you down the bags. Once you put your crew lock bag in, I'll hand you these bags.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have a handover of our satellites that allow us to communicate with the International Space Station. Both astronauts Steve Bowen and Sultan Alneyadi have completed the cleanup portion of today's spacewalk. They are now moving back toward the Quest airlock.
That's rough. Point of view.
Oh, I see it.
They have a couple bags to retrieve that will be stowed in the airlock. Afterward, both astronauts will close the hatch once they have ingressed.
I'll open the thermal cover.
And we copy thermal cover open. And a reminder, you have 3 large small rets on that D-ring extender, 1 for each of the crew lock bags 1, 2, and 3.
Copy, yeah, thanks.
Sultan, just for your awareness, we're looking at the SCUs. Good call by your crewmate inside. And just note that both of the SCUs are kind of routed on the forward side of the airlock. So before you ingress, you may want to move Steve's onto the aft side of the airlock.
Right. I'm just going to wait before I ingress. Steve, are you good with that GoPro to bring back?
I was going to bring down, if you can come out and just...
all right, I'll just stow crew lock bag number 1 and then...
Yeah, and then come back out. I'll give you crew lock bag number 2 and number 3.
All right, thanks.
And then we'll be, you can get the GoPro while I run out to the...
All right.
Let me get the... All right. Brett, to both of the crew lock bags. And then bring them down.
And we copy?
Actually, I can probably grab that GoPro too. Take these right now. You're ready. Here's crew lock bag number 2.
You want to English all the way?
What's that?
You want it English?
I want you to put this inside.
Okay, I'll do that. Let me route your SCU first.
Okay.
Do you have a visual of my base tether?
I do.
Okay, so I'm going to hook to the internal dealing extender
Okay.
with my other waist tether, and large hook is get closed, lock, black on black. Small hook, get closed, lock, black on black. Okay, can you use the waist tether from your side?
Okay.
Waist tether, can you reduce it from your side?
What waist tether?
To the handrail.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I got 2 handfuls of bags. If you already bought the FCUs, I can hand these bags to you.
All right. Hold on.
Actually, I'll release that waist tether. I can do that. Right here.
Yeah, that'd be helpful, and then be ready once you're done.
Okay, your waist tether is released.
Okay, thanks.
And I don't have any place to hook it.
Just release it.
Okay.
Be secured inside.
This view from Sultan Alneyadi's helmet camera as he is inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
And Steve, can you confirm that's both 2 and 3 crew lock bags?
I have 2 and 3 right next to me.
Okay, copy.
Both ready and bring the head in.
Okay, Steve, ready.
All right, here's 2. Get it?
Hold on.
All right, let me try and roll over a little bit more. Okay, here's 2.
This view outside the airlock as NASA astronaut Steve Bowen prepares to ingress.
I'm going to release yours.
Okay. Good.
Bye. Okay, come your way.
Got it. Let go. All right.
Do you want to respond?
Select bag 3.
The International Space Station recently crossed into an orbital daytime, but in the distance you can see Earth's moon, the destination of NASA's Artemis program.
They have a red switch.
I'd like me release my ret suit back to you. Get too many rets out here.
Okay, you can do that.
Okay, here comes that ret coming up to you. All right? All right, give me 1 second. I'll go get the GoPro, and then I'll head out, and we'll...
And we can... Yep, so crew locks bags 1, 2, and 3 are in the airlock. So once we have the GoPro in, then Steve, you can also, you can go out to the anchor hooks.
All right. And the GoPro attached.
Copy. And we see you translating out.
Well, I'm going to translate top hand up to Sultan, then I'll head out. I've got too many hooks on me right now.
Copy.
Okay, Sultan, if you're ready to receive this, I'll give you the big hook. And tell me when you got it secured to something. Let me get the... All right. I see what you're doing. Once you just attach the tip, right? I'll give you the big hook when you got it. Okay? You release it? Yeah, I can release it. All right. I'm going to head out to the others.
All right, I'll be waiting for you.
Good work.
That's good.
Out to mile marker 5760.
5760 on my way.
And just for your awareness, the arm is going to move a little closer to ESP2. No impact.
You're doing copies. Thanks. All right, 5760.
Okay, copy, Steve.
Configured here.
All right, Steve, as you get set, your first step is going to be to ret to EV2's anchor hook. It's the one that's on 3217, the diagonal inboard handrail.
3217, ret to the anchor hook. All right. Release the tension in that a little bit.
This view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen as he continues cleanup procedures. We are now 6 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. Emirati astronaut Sultan Alneyadi has ingressed to the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
So see if you're going to ret to that one as you are. Then you're going to release it and hook it to your anchor hook, or sorry, that anchor hook to your waist tether with gate closed, sliders locked.
All right. I'm going to get my waist tether ready. Got my right waist tether. This hook. All right. That's his tether, his green, his hook, blank hook. Gate closed, slider locked. My right waist tether. Gate closed, slider locked.
Copy, Steve. That is a good safety tether config. That's now your primary safety tether path. You are now go to release your anchor hook from 3011 just to your left, and you can stow it on your workstation.
All right, 3011.
For your awareness, Steve, all my wheels all hooks are closed, locked black on black, attached to the airlock through my waist tether. Both hooks are closed, locked black on black. You're good to go.
All right, then head back.
And we copy, Steve. And good word, Sultan. And Steve, as you move inboard, just a reminder, as you go by the CETA cart, we'd like you to depress those brake pedals 2 times.
All right. You get caught on handrails that didn't know existed.
And Sultan, now that Steve's heading back your way, you are go to remove your SCU from the stowage pouch and remove your DCM cover and connect your SCU to your DCM.
All right, copy. We'll put that in work.
Having released the necessary anchor hook as well as Sultan Alneyadi's anchor hook, Steve Bowen is headed back to the airlock following his safety tether.
And Sultan, you can also turn your HECA off.
All right.
The view below Bowen is that of the North Pacific Ocean as the space station travels 260 statute miles above it.
And LEDs off.
Copy, LED off.
All right. CETA cart. Over CETA cart, brakes depressed.
We copy, brakes depressed, so you can head back to the airlock. And as you enter the airlock, you can also turn off your HECA.
All right. Down through the spur. And if you could relay something to the rest of MCT, we'd like to take our queen to take on Foxtrot 6.
We understand Queen to Fox 6.
And we'd like Costa to make that move if he can before he gets really dizzy.
He's on it.
This wire tie on 554, what's that supposed to do? Long wire tie?
So, Steve, that's to assist if the thermal cover doesn't stay closed, so we can leave it where it is. If you think it might be in the way, you can set it low profile.
That's what I just did. Thank you. I didn't know if there was some additional
Good check. We appreciate it.
I'm going to take my legs, taking my legs in, and I'm going to see if I can reach the...
Okay, Steve, you're good to go. I have all the bags. Bend up forward and made up for you.
Come back out and get the cover.
Good work. We'll have you ingress and close the thermal cover. And if you both want to, this is where you can reduce your TCV setting. As you get on the SCU, it has warmer water. So to minimize risk of fogging, you can reduce your cooling just a little bit.
Okay. Turn that. Get the cover in place. Okay. See where you are. Okay.
Clear, Steve.
Okay, my legs are coming back then. All right, try and get this on the magnetic.
So, Steve, you're going to release the hook from the stowage tether point and attach the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring, and then cinch the strap until snug, 6 lines visible, and you're going to verify the magnet is engaged.
All right, I'm working on the hook. Get that. Another point.
Bowen and Alneyadi both back inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, now closing the thermal cover ahead of closing the airlock hatch.
Okay. Let me get that cinched down. Cinched. And the magnet actually looks like it's attached. Excellent. Right here, let me adjust my cooling.
And Steve, we can have you turn off your HECA, and then you're going to be removing the SCU from its stowage pouch, removing your DCM cover, and installing your SCU.
All right, let me get the HECA off.
And a reminder now that you're in, if you wanted to reduce your TCV setting to a lower number to minimize the risk of fogging prior to putting on your SCU.
All right, let me fix that.
And for ED2, I've got my SCU connected to my DCM, and my current TCV settings is 3.
Copy. TCV settings for Sultan is 3, and copy your SCU is connected.
I'm going to try and make mine colder. And I am at 7. Okay, now I'm going to get my SCU connected.
We copy.
Sultan, I'm going to need you to help me find my SCU, first of all.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what I'm bumping up against.
All right, stand by. It's me, so I'll move forward.
Thank you. And I'm trying to find the SCU pouch.
Okay, let me find.
I don't know where it went.
Okay, your SCU is here.
What does that mean? Okay. My SCU is here.
I'm gonna give it to you now.
Okay.
There you go.
Which way?
Just free your hand. Front of your mini workstation.
Huh?
Front of your mini workstation.
Yeah, but which end is the...
Yeah, your left arm. Yeah. Your elbow. Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Let's stop that clear again. All right, my SEU is connected. Let me get the lock and locked.
All right.
Get this out of the...
And Steve, we copy that your SCU is connected and locked. If you could give us a line on how many lines visible on the cinch strap for the thermal cover.
Sure. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, we like that answer. So for both of you, you can now switch your water to off OFF forward and expect water is off message.
Okay, EV1, water is off. EV2, water is on.
Okay, we copy Steve and Sultan. You both have your water OFF, and we'll hold here for 2 minutes. I want to take a moment to congratulate you on the successful spacewalk. We're nearing 25 years of spacewalks on the ISS in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Steve, congratulations on your 8th EVA and your first in 12 years. Sultan, you've now entered an exclusive club of humans who have stepped out into the void of space, and in doing so, you've marked a milestone for the United Arab Emirates. This is a historic moment for the expanding face of global cooperation. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Ann, and I know things didn't go exactly as we had hoped, but we were trying something that we had never really intended to do, and sometimes that doesn't work, but it was a tremendous opportunity, and I really want to thank the Robo community for getting that NASA located where it was. I would have headed to try and carry that with us, but everybody, the whole team did a fantastic job. I really appreciate all the work that went into it, and it's been a great honor to be a participant in Sultan's very first spacewalk, and I'm sure he has a few words to say as well.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you. It's a great moment for the UAE. I would like to thank my leadership, the leadership of the UAE, and the USA, specifically Emirates and NASA, for believing in us and for giving us this opportunity. This might be the first in the Arab world, but definitely won't be the last. We have astronauts under training now to undergo future missions to the ISS, to the lunar service, and to Mars. So I would like to thank everybody who helped preparing us for this moment. First of all, allow me to say a few words in Arabic. أحب أشكر والدتي ووالدي على هذه الثقة الغالية اللي أعطوني إياها. دعوات الفاقة. أريد أشكر عائلتي، شكرا القيادة الرشيدة، الإمارات والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بالتحديد، مركز محمد بن راشد للفضاء وناسا على ثقتهم وتوصيل
وصلنا لهذا المكان والحمد لله. هذه مجرد بداية في مهمات فضائية إلى المحطة وإلى القمر وإلى المريخ بإذن الله. وشكرا جميعا. Thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you, Steve and Sultan, for those words. And that takes our 2 minutes. So at this time, Steve, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware and verify the handle position per the hatch decal, and then close and lock the hatch.
All right. Outer hatch is clear. And the handle's where it's supposed to be per the decal.
With both astronauts now back inside the airlock, Steve Bowen will close the airlock hatch, ahead of beginning repressurization. We're now at 6 hours and 54 minutes into the spacewalk. Again, that spacewalk started when the spacesuits were set to battery power. This view.
Okay, we copy that the EV hatch is closed and locked. Sultan, on the UAE, you can check that oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves are open.
Okay, oxygen EMU 1 and 2 are open.
You can switch the power EV1 and 2 to on and verify the LEDs and volts.
Right, copy. On EV1 and on EV2. And I have 2 EMUs, LEDs are on.
Copy, and verify volts are 18 to 19.
That's affirmative. EV1, 18.6, EV2, 18.5. And I have amps on EV1 and 0.02 on EV2.
Okay, we copy. So both of you on your DCMs, you can switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
Okay, EV1 power to SCU. Restart. EV2 power to SCU.
Copy, and with that, I will hand you back over to Woody.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, everybody. And
Thanks so much, Ann.
Thank you, Ann. Steve, Sultan, welcome back. We're looking forward to getting you inside. On your DCM, I'll have you take your O2 actuators to press.
Okay, O2 actuator to under press.
As you do that, verify that O2 act press is displayed on your DCM.
Ground IV Ann McLean has handed duties back over to Suit IV Woody Hoberg. This view of the equipment lock portion.
Okay, O2 actuator press on EV2.
Give me a minute. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Okay, O2 actuator press.
Okay, Steve, copy. And for both of you, just confirm you saw that O2 act press displayed on your DCM.
I have that O2 act press. To get it over.
And we've now crossed into the 7-hour mark of today's spacewalk, that beginning at 11 a.m. Central Time, 8:11 a.m. Central Time this morning.
Finally.
I got nice one, Steve. Steve, on the EV hatch, check that the MPEV is closed.
MPEV is closed.
Copy, closed. All right, we're going to start the crew lock repress now at 2012. Let me know if you'd like me to increase or decrease the rate. We'll start slow.
All right, thank you.
Repressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock has begun.
And for awareness, when we get the pressure up to 4.0 psi, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Good call. Pressure increasing.
Say again?
Pressure's increasing.
How's the rate feeling?
Feels good here. Good.
And with repressurization of the crew lock beginning, that rounds out today's spacewalk time at 7 hours and 1 minute, beginning at 8:11 a.m. Central Time and ending at 3:12 p.m. Central Time. Pressure in the crew lock is now 1.27 psi and climbing. During today's spacewalk, the astronauts were able to route some cables as well as secure some multi-layer insulation that prepares 2 mod kits for future installation of the iROSAs. These are International Space Station rollout solar arrays that we expect to arrive later this summer. The crew then moved on to the RFG, or the radio frequency group that's part of the S-band antenna. The goal today was to remove the RFG. However, they ran into a difficult bolt, which ended up breaking off, and were unable to remove that portion of equipment. The team reinstalled the equipment, and so it is safe outside the International Space Station. The astronauts then moved into cleanup period before ingressing the airlock, and again we are in repress. Again, that rounds us out at a 7-hour and 1-minute spacewalk today. This was the 8th spacewalk for Steve Bowen, and the very first for Sultan Alneyadi, marking the very first spacewalk for any Emirati astronaut.
Okay, guys, we're going to hold here 2 minutes for a leak check. Correction, 3 minutes for a leak check.
Okay, copy.
With the completion of today's spacewalk at 7 hours and 1 minute, we have a readout of our spacewalk stats so far. In total, this was the 261st spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 4th out of the space station this year, but the 2nd for Expedition 69. Today was the 8th spacewalk for Steve Bowen, totaling 54 hours and 19 minutes, and obviously the very first for Alneyadi with 7 hours and 1 minute. That was today's spacewalk total time, but in total, with those 261 spacewalks, that is equal to 69 days, 3 hours, and 24 minutes of spacewalking time.
Guys, while we're waiting here, you can check that your glove heaters are off, OFF.
They are off at 81. We feel off.
Okay, and check your gloves for contamination. Let us know if you see anything.
I just have a couple little smears by grease or just, I don't know what. Just usual black stuff. Normal.
And EV2 gloves nominal.
Okay, we copy a couple black smudges on Steve's gloves and nominal gloves on EV2. We got 30 more seconds, so don't do it yet, but the next step will be O2 actuators to IV.
Copy.
All right, Stephen Sultan, now leak check passed with flying colors. You can take your O2 actuator to IV.
All right, copy.
All right, 81. Almost IV currently. O2 IV for ED1.
With the 2 IV as well.
Copy that. We're going to continue the repress. Again, let me know if you'd like to change the rates.
Repressurization of the crew lock continues. Now at 5.1 pounds per square inch. They'll bring that up to about 14.7 psi, which will equal out with the rest of the International Space Station, also similar to what we are used to experiencing on Earth.
And just another heads up, near the end of this repress, you should expect one more alert zone.
Elsewhere aboard the International Space Station, Sergei Prokopyev, Dmitry Petelin, and Andrei Fedyaev, 3 Roscosmos cosmonauts, are in the pre-sleep portion of their evening. It's currently 8:23 p.m. GMT, the time used aboard the International Space Station. And the pressure in the crew lock is now 8 psi. Repressurization continues of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, where our two spacewalkers, NASA's Steve Bowen and UAE's Sultan Alneyadi, await full repressurization. We are now at 11 psi. We'll bring that all the way up to 14.7 to match the rest of the International Space Station before opening the hatches between the crew lock and the equipment lock. Woody Hoberg will then bring both astronauts back into the equipment lock portion and assist them in doffing their suits. Aside from some debriefs, later this weekend, the crew will enjoy some time of rest and relaxation Saturday and Sunday ahead of getting back into their scheduled work week on Monday. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 3 team is starting to arrive to take over from Orbit 2. They will conduct a handover in approximately an hour. The Orbit 3 team will remain on console for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, aboard the International Space Station, repressurization continues, now at 13.7 psi, getting very close to the 14.7 we're looking for.
All right, guys, we're going to open up the hatch now.
Thank you.
Bye.
We're in a communications handover with the International Space Station, but it appears that the crew lock has reached the appropriate pressure. We'll be standing by for hatch opening shortly. Again, today's spacewalk started at 8:11 a.m. Central Time and ended at 3:12 p.m. Central, 7 hours and 1 minute. And obviously those hatches have been opened. The crew has been moved into the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Woody Hoberg at the bottom left of your screen and Frank Rubio on the top right are assisting Steve Bowen in removing the simplified aid for EVA rescue. Today was Bowen's 8th spacewalk, and he now has a total of 54 hours and 19 minutes outside the hatch. As Hoberg and Rubio assist the crew in doffing their suits, another recap of what was accomplished today during the spacewalk. The crew started out by relocating 2 articulating portable foot restraints for future use. They then moved out to the S6 truss, where they worked on the 1B mod kit. They routed some cables for the International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, or iROSAs, that'll be installed later this summer after arriving on SpaceX 28th resupply mission to the International Space Station. They also secured some multi-layer insulation around that mod kit. They then moved over to the 1A mod kit and secured multi-layer insulation there as well. Both crew members then moved to the radio frequency group work on the S-band antenna. The goal was to remove the RFG, bring it inside the International Space Station, and then send it back to Earth for refurbishment. However, one bolt was unable to be removed, and the RFG was unable to be removed from its stanchion. Therefore, it was resecured. The crew members then cleaned up their work sites before ingressing again, a 7-hour and 1 minute spacewalk. Woody Hoberg and Frank Rubio helping remove the gloves from Sultan Alneyadi and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen after having completed today's 7-hour and 1-minute spacewalk. Again, the 8th spacewalk for Bowen and a new history-making day for Sultan Alneyadi. He's the first astronaut from the United Arab Emirates to conduct a spacewalk. Two smiling faces after today's 7-hour and 1-minute spacewalk. Sultan Alneyadi of the United Arab Emirates on the left and Steve Bowen of NASA on the right. That will wrap up our coverage for today. You can check out nasa.gov/live for all of our upcoming events. But for now, with the completion of our spacewalk, that'll wrap it up. This is Mission Control Houston.